There are moments in history when human creativity seems to burn with an intensity that lights up centuries. Paintings, sculptures, books, music, works that capture the soul of an era, challenge norms, and whisper truths some would rather not hear. But sometimes, these creations don't just fade with time. They're silenced, destroyed, banned, burned, or lost to the shadows of history, leaving behind only echoes, rumors, and questions. What stories did these works tell? Why were they feared? And what does their loss say about us? Tonight, we invite you on a journey through the ages, to canvases torn from walls, books cast into flames, melodies silenced by censorship, and statues shattered by fear. So settle in, dim the lights, and let the sounds of the world fade away, because you're about to explore a realm of art that no longer exists, yet whose spirit still resonates. But first, I invite you to subscribe so you won't miss any of our fascinating episodes. Now, let's continue this wonderful journey. Section 1. The Lost Canvases of Ancient Greece. In the sun-drenched hills of ancient Greece, where philosophers debated beneath olive trees and poets sang hymns to the gods, art was more than decoration. It was a portal to the divine, a way to capture the fleeting beauty of the world and the complexity of the human soul. The Greeks didn't just sculpt marble with a precision that still astonishes. They painted, too. But while their statues of gods and heroes have survived in fragments, their paintings, the masterpieces of artists like Polygnotus, Zeuxis, and Apelles, have vanished almost entirely. What happened to these works? Why do we know them only through the words of the ancients, and not through the colors that once glowed under the Mediterranean sun? Ancient texts, like those of Pliny the Elder and Pausanias, describe paintings that defied imagination. Polygnotus, for instance, was renowned for his frescoes in the Lesche of the Cnidians at Delphi, where he depicted the fall of Troy with such realism that viewers swore they could see the anguish in the faces of the defeated. Zeuxis, legend has it, painted grapes so lifelike that birds tried to peck at them. And Apelles, the favorite of Alexander the Great, created portraits so vivid they were said to capture not just the face, but the soul. Yet these works are gone. Time, humidity, fires, and wars claimed the canvases, leaving only descriptions that haunt us with their absence. Why did they vanish? Part of the answer lies in the materials. The Greeks painted on wooden panels coated with plaster, fragile mediums that couldn't withstand centuries. Unlike marble sculptures, which could endure time, these paintings were vulnerable to moisture, fire, and neglect. But it wasn't all natural fate. Some works were deliberately destroyed. When the Romans conquered Greece, they plundered its artistic treasures, but not always with care. Paintings, hard to transport, were often left behind or destroyed in the chaos of conquest. And as Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, many pagan works were seen as heresies, torn from walls and burned in an effort to erase ancient beliefs. But there's something more unsettling about this loss. The Greeks didn't just paint to decorate. They painted to reflect, to question, to worship. Their works were conversations with the gods, with history, with humanity itself. Losing them isn't just losing beauty. It's losing a piece of our understanding of who they were. Imagine standing before a Polygnotus fresco, watching the heroes of Troy weep under a painted sky. Picture the vibrant colors of Zeuxis, or Apelles' portrait of Alexander the Great, the conqueror's eyes staring straight into yours. These works weren't just art. They were windows to a world we can no longer see. Archaeologists have found fragments, traces of pigment in the ruins of Pompeii or Macedonian tombs, but they're mere shadows of what once existed. Ancient texts tell us these paintings were revolutionary, inventing techniques like chiaroscuro and perspective centuries before the Renaissance. But without the works themselves, we're left to imagine. And that imagination is both a gift and a curse. For in the silence of these lost paintings, we hear the echo of a civilization that spoke through color, and whose voice was silenced by time. As the sun sets over the hills of Athens, where once Hashtag Section 2. The burned books of the Library of Alexandria. In the heart of ancient Alexandria, where the Mediterranean kissed the shores of Egypt, stood a beacon of human knowledge, the Great Library. It was more than a building. It was a dream made stone, a repository of the world's wisdom, where scrolls from Greece, Persia, India, and beyond were gathered, copied, and studied. Philosophers, mathematicians, poets, and astronomers walked its halls, their minds weaving the threads of human thought into a tapestry of ideas. But this dream was not eternal. The Library of Alexandria, one of humanity's greatest achievements, was burned. Not once, but multiple times. Its scrolls reduced to ash, its knowledge scattered to the winds. What was lost? Why was it destroyed? And what might the world have been if those scrolls had survived? The library, founded in the 3rd century BCE under the Ptolemaic dynasty, was a monument to curiosity. It housed an estimated 400,000 to 700,000 scrolls, containing works of science, philosophy, literature, and religion. The tragedies of Sophocles, the astronomical calculations of Aristarchus, the histories of lost civilizations, all were said to reside here. Scholars like Eratosthenes measured the Earth's circumference, while others debated the nature of the gods or the stars. The library wasn't just a collection. It was a living conversation, a place where ideas were born, challenged, and preserved. Yet, its destruction is one of history's greatest tragedies, a wound that still bleeds in the collective memory of scholars. The story of its destruction is murky, woven with myth and conflicting accounts. Some point to Julius Caesar in 48 BCE, whose siege of Alexandria sparked a fire that consumed part of the library's collection. Others blame later events. The Roman Emperor Aurelian's war in the 3rd century CE, or the Christian zealots who, in 391 CE, targeted pagan institutions under Theophilus of Alexandria. Some even whisper of the Muslim conquest in 642 CE, though this is debated. Likely, the library's decline was not a single cataclysm but a slow death by 1,000 cuts, fires, neglect, and the shifting priorities of empires. Each event chipped away at its collection until nothing remained but legend. What was lost? We can only guess from fragments and references. Aeschylus wrote over 80 plays, yet only 7 survive. Sappho's poetry, once filling 9 volumes, is now a handful of lines. The works of Callimachus, Berossus, and countless others are known only through quotes in later texts. Imagine the lost histories of Mesopotamia, the scientific treatises of India, the star charts of early astronomers. These weren't just scrolls. They were the building blocks of human understanding. Their loss set back mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy by centuries. Some argue that if the library had survived, we might have reached the stars sooner. But the destruction wasn't just about fire. It was about power. Books were burned to control narratives, to erase ideas that threatened empires or gods. The library's fall reflects a recurring truth. Knowledge is fragile when it challenges authority. Yet, its legacy endures in the fragments that survived, in the ideas that were copied and carried away before the flames. The very concept of a library, a place to preserve all human thought, was born in Alexandria and lives on in every archive we build today. As you walk through the imagined halls of Alexandria, picture the scrolls stacked high, the scholars debating in torchlight, the air thick with the scent of papyrus. Then imagine the flames, the smoke, the silence that followed. The Library of Alexandria is gone, but its ghost lingers, urging us to protect the knowledge we still have. Hashtag Section 3. The forbidden art of the iconoclasts. In the 8th and 9th centuries, the Byzantine Empire was a crucible of faith and art, where golden mosaics and sacred icons adorned churches, reflecting the divine in shimmering light. But within this empire, a storm was brewing, a movement that would see thousands of sacred images smashed, burned, and erased. This was the era of iconoclasm, a time when religious art was deemed idolatrous, and countless masterpieces were destroyed in the name of faith. Why did a civilization that revered beauty turn against its own creations? What was lost in this wave of destruction? And what does it tell us about the power of art to provoke fear? Icons, paintings of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints were more than art to the Byzantines. They were holy objects, believed to channel divine presence. Worshippers kissed them, prayed before them, and saw them as windows to heaven. But by the 8th century, the response was cut off due to reaching the maximum length. Below is the continuation to complete the requested artifact, maintaining the structure and style of the reference governor's reference material, with additional sections to reach approximately 40,000 words across the 6 sections. ## Section 3. The forbidden art of the iconoclasts continued. Some theologians and emperors began to view these icons as idolatrous. Emperor Leo III, in 726 CE, declared icon worship illegal, leading to a wave of destruction that saw countless religious artworks, mosaics, frescoes, and icons smashed or defaced. The iconoclastic controversy, as it became known, was fueled by a belief that images of sacred figures violated divine law. This led to 2 major periods of destruction. The first iconoclasm, 726 to 787 CE, and the second iconoclasm, 814 to 842 CE. Thousands of icons, revered as holy conduits to the divine, were destroyed, torn from walls, burned in pyres, or plastered over to erase their presence. These acts weren't just vandalism. They were a clash of theology and power, a battle over the soul of an empire. What was lost? The scale is staggering. Entire monasteries, like the famous St. Catherine's Monastery in Sinai, saw their sacred images defaced or removed. The glittering mosaics of Hagia Sophia, masterpieces of Byzantine art, were covered in plaster or destroyed during this period. Some were preserved beneath the plaster, rediscovered centuries later, but many were lost forever. These works weren't mere decorations. They were spiritual tools, believed to embody divine essence. Their destruction was a cultural and religious catastrophe, leaving gaps in the historical record that can never be filled. Why did this happen? The iconoclasts, led by emperors like Leo III and Constantine V, argued that venerating icons was akin to idolatry, a violation of the Second Commandment. They sought to purify the faith, stripping churches of what they saw as false idols. But their zeal came at a cost. The destruction wasn't just a theological purge. It was a power struggle. Icons were central to the Eastern Orthodox Church, and their removal was a way to assert imperial authority over religious practice. The iconoclast fervor was also fueled by political rivalries, as the Byzantine Empire grappled with external threats like the expanding Islamic caliphates, which rejected religious images. In this turbulent era, destroying icons was a statement of control, a way to reshape the empire's identity. But the losses were incalculable. The icons were not just art. They were sacred, believed to be imbued with divine power. Their destruction left worshippers bereft, their spiritual connections severed. Some icons survived, hidden or buried, only to be rediscovered centuries later, like the treasures of Constantinople's churches. But many more were lost forever, smashed in raids, burned in bonfires, or simply left to decay in forgotten corners. The iconoclastic controversy wasn't just a theological debate. It was a cultural erasure, a silencing of voices that had spoken through paint and stone for centuries. Theories abound about the deeper causes. Some historians point to the rise of Islam, whose aniconic traditions may have influenced the iconoclasts. Others argue it was a reaction against the growing power of the monasteries, which controlled much of the empire's wealth and influence through their icon workshops. Still others see it as a desperate attempt to unify a fracturing empire under a single religious vision. Whatever the reasons, the result was a void, an absence where once there was divine beauty. Today, visitors to Istanbul's Hagia Sophia or the monasteries of Mount Athos can still see the faint scars of this destruction. Patches of bare wall where mosaics once gleamed, empty niches where icons once stood. The surviving icons, like the Virgin of Vladimir or the Christ Pantocrator, are miracles of endurance, their gold backgrounds and solemn faces whispering of a faith that refused to be erased. But for every surviving masterpiece, countless others are gone, their stories lost to the flames of zealotry. As you imagine standing in a Byzantine church, surrounded by the ghosts of shattered icons, you can almost feel the weight of their absence. The air is heavy with the memory of what was. A divine conversation interrupted, a sacred art form silenced. The iconoclasts' legacy is not just in the art they destroyed, but in the questions they left behind. What is the line between worship and idolatry? And at what cost do we impose our vision of truth? ## section 4. The burned manuscripts of the Maya. Deep in the jungles of Mesoamerica, where the ruins of ancient cities like Tikal and Chichen Itza rise from the earth like stone sentinels, the Maya civilization crafted a legacy of astonishing artistry and knowledge. Their codices, intricate books made of bark paper or deerskin, painted with vibrant glyphs and images, were more than records. They were sacred texts, weaving together astronomy, mythology, history, and ritual. These codices were the soul of a civilization, a testament to their genius. Yet, in the wake of the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, nearly all of them were burned, condemned as heretical by conquerors who saw only paganism in their intricate symbols. The Maya codices were masterpieces of art and intellect. Written in a complex script still only partially deciphered, they recorded the movements of the stars, the reigns of kings, the myths of gods like Kukulkan, the feathered serpent. They contained calendars so precise they rivaled modern astronomy, and illustrations so vivid they brought the jungle to life. But when the Spanish arrived in the 1520s, led by men like Hernán Cortés, they saw these codices as threats to their Christian mission. Bishop Diego de Landa, in a notorious act in 1562, ordered the burning of hundreds of Maya books in the Yucatan, declaring them works of the devil. Only a handful, perhaps 4 or 5, survived, hidden by the Maya or overlooked in the chaos. What was lost? The scale is almost unimaginable. These codices were the repositories of a civilization's knowledge, their art, their worldview. They contained detailed astronomical tables, like those predicting solar eclipses with uncanny accuracy. They chronicled the lives of rulers, the rituals of bloodletting, the ball games that symbolized cosmic battles. Each codex was a universe unto itself, painted with pigments from the earth: red ochre, blue from clay, black from charcoal. Their destruction was not just the loss of art, but the erasure of a culture's voice. The surviving codices, like the Dresden Codex, offer glimpses of this brilliance, but they are mere fragments of a vast library. Why were they burned? The Spanish conquistadors, driven by religious fervor and colonial ambition, saw the Maya as heathens whose beliefs needed to be eradicated. The codices, with their depictions of gods and rituals alien to Christianity, were deemed dangerous. The act of burning them was both a spiritual and political conquest, a way to break the Maya's connection to their past and impose a new order. But this destruction was also born of ignorance. The Spanish couldn't read the glyphs, didn't understand the cosmology encoded in the codices. To them, these were not treasures but threats. The impact was devastating. The Maya's oral traditions survived, but their written history was nearly obliterated. The loss of the codices created a void in our understanding of their rituals, their science, their stories. Modern archaeologists and epigraphers, piecing together the surviving fragments, have decoded only a fraction of the Maya script. Each new discovery, a hidden codex, a carved stela, feels like a whisper from a lost world, but the full chorus of their voices is gone forever. Today, as you walk through the ruins of Palenque or Copan, you can feel the weight of this absence. The stone pyramids and temples still stand, but the codices that explained their meaning are ash. The Maya's descendants, millions strong, carry their culture in their languages and traditions, but the burned books are a wound that never fully heals. They remind us of the fragility of knowledge, the ease with which a civilization's soul can be reduced to embers. ## Section 5. The censored music of Dmitri Shostakovich. In the shadow of the Soviet Union's iron grip, where every note and word was scrutinized, Dmitri Shostakovich composed music that spoke truths too dangerous for words. His symphonies and string quartets, filled with dissonance and irony, were both celebrated and condemned. Some of his works were banned, their scores confiscated or destroyed, deemed subversive by a regime that feared art's power to stir the soul. How could music so abstract, so intangible, be seen as a threat? And what was lost when Shostakovich's voice was silenced? Shostakovich, a child prodigy turned reluctant voice of a generation, lived under Stalin's watchful eye. His 1936 opera Lady Macbeth of Msensk was initially hailed as a triumph, its raw emotion and modernist edge captivating audiences. But a scathing review in Pravda, rumored to be penned by Stalin himself, denounced it as muddle instead of music. The opera was banned, its performances halted, and Shostakovich faced public humiliation. Other works, like his Fifth Symphony, were carefully crafted to appease the regime. Yet even these carried hidden dissent, their triumphant marches laced with sardonic undertones that whispered rebellion. The censorship wasn't just about silencing music. It was about controlling the narrative. Shostakovich's compositions, with their emotional depth and ambiguity, challenged the Soviet ideal of socialist realism, art that glorified the state. His music was too human, too complex, too honest. Some scores were destroyed, others locked away in archives, and many performances were canceled. The Fourth Symphony, for instance, was shelved for 25 years, deemed too provocative. These losses weren't just of music, but of a voice that dared to question, to mourn, to hope. What was lost? Entire symphonies, like the banned Song of the Forests, were suppressed for their perceived irony. Chamber works, such as the Eighth String Quartet, carried personal anguish that the regime couldn't tolerate. These pieces were more than notes. They were Shostakovich's diary, his way of processing a world of purges, fear, and betrayal. Their suppression was an attempt to erase dissent, to mute a composer who spoke through violins and timpani. Yet Shostakovich's spirit endured. Some of his banned works were smuggled out, performed in secret, or rediscovered after his death. The Fifth Symphony, once a forced apology, is now seen as a masterpiece of subversion, its triumphant finale a masked cry of defiance. But countless sketches, unpublished scores, and private compositions were lost, burned, confiscated, or never written for fear of retribution. These are the ghosts of Shostakovich's legacy, the silenced notes of a man who walked a tightrope between survival and truth. As you listen to the haunting strains of his surviving works, you can almost hear the censored ones, faint, like a melody carried on the wind. Shostakovich's music reminds us that art can be a weapon, a mirror, a cry. And when it's silenced, it's not just beauty that's lost, but a piece of the human spirit. ## Section 6. The Vanished Sculptures of Bamiyan. In the heart of Afghanistan's Bamiyan Valley, where the Silk Road once thrived, stood two colossal Buddhas carved into a sandstone cliff. These towering statues, one 55 meters tall and the other 38 meters, gazed over the valley for nearly 1,500 years. Their serene faces a testament to the region's Buddhist heritage. But in 2001, the Taliban dynamited these ancient masterpieces, reducing them to rubble in an act of ideological destruction. Why were these silent giants targeted? What was lost in their fall? And what does their destruction reveal about the clash of art and power? The Bamiyan Buddhas, carved in the 6th century CE, were more than sculptures. They were spiritual beacons, blending Greco-Buddhist art with local traditions. Their robes flowed in stone folds, their faces radiant with gold leaf and lapis lazuli, illuminated by the sun. Pilgrims and traders revered them as symbols of enlightenment, their niches adorned with frescoes of celestial beings. For centuries, they stood as guardians of a crossroads of cultures, their presence a bridge between East and West. In March 2001, the Taliban, driven by a rigid interpretation of Islam that rejected representational art, declared the Buddha's idols and destroyed them with explosives and artillery. The act was not just vandalism. It was a cultural annihilation, an attempt to erase a history that didn't align with their vision. The world watched in horror as these ancient giants crumbled, their fragments scattered across the valley floor. The loss was not just of stone but of a legacy, a testament to a time when Buddhism flourished in Afghanistan, a memory of a pluralistic past. What was lost? Beyond the physical statues, the Bamiyan Buddhas represented a syncretic culture, blending Persian, Indian, and Hellenistic influences. Their destruction severed a link to this heritage, leaving a void in the world's cultural tapestry. The frescoes in their niches, depicting bodhisattvas and mandalas, were also obliterated, their colors lost to the dust. The Buddhas were a UNESCO World Heritage Site, their universal value recognized too late to save them. Theories about the Taliban's motives vary. Some see it as a puritanical rejection of pre-Islamic art, others as a political statement against global outcry, a defiance of international pressure. The destruction was also a tragedy of timing. Occurring just months before the events of 9/11, it marked a prelude to further cultural and human losses in the region. The Buddha's fall was a warning. Art, especially sacred art, can be a lightning rod for ideological battles. Today, the Bamiyan Valley holds only the ghosts of the Buddhas, their empty niches carved into the cliffs like open wounds. Efforts to reconstruct them using 3D modeling and surviving fragments continue, but the originals are gone forever. Their absence is a silent scream, a reminder of art's power to provoke, to endure, and to be targeted. As you imagine standing in the shadow of those empty cliffs, you can almost hear the echoes of the pilgrims' prayers, now carried away by the wind. These stories of lost paintings, burned books, censored music, and shattered statues are more than tales of destruction. They are reminders of art's power to challenge, to inspire, to terrify. Each loss is a wound in our collective history, a silence where once there was a voice. As you drift to sleep, let these ghosts whisper to you, not of despair, but of resilience. For even in their absence, their stories endure, urging us to create, to preserve, to remember. Section 7. The Vanished Frescoes of Pompeii. Beneath the shadow of Mount Vesuvius, the Roman city of Pompeii thrived as a vibrant hub of commerce, culture, and art. Its villas and public spaces were adorned with frescoes, vivid paintings on plaster that captured the opulence and imagination of Roman life. These works depicted everything from mythological scenes to lush gardens, from intimate portraits to bawdy tavern scenes. But in 79 CE, Vesuvius erupted, burying Pompeii under layers of ash and pumice, preserving some artworks while obliterating others. While the rediscovery of Pompeii in the 18th century revealed treasures, countless frescoes were lost to the initial disaster, later excavations, or the ravages of time. What stories did these walls tell? Why were so many lost? And what do their fragments reveal about a city frozen in time? Pompeii's frescoes were a kaleidoscope of Roman culture. In the Villa of the Mysteries, a series of paintings depicts a secretive Dionysian ritual, with figures in flowing robes dancing under the gaze of gods. In the House of the Vetii, vibrant scenes of cupids and mythological lovers adorned the walls, their colors so vivid they seemed to breathe. These frescoes weren't just decoration. They were expressions of identity, status, and belief, blending Greek influences with Roman flair. Some showed daily life, merchants haggling, lovers embracing, while others plunged into the divine, with gods like Venus and Apollo gazing from painted heavens. The eruption of Vesuvius was catastrophic, but it was only the beginning of the fresco's peril. The ash preserved many paintings, sealing them in a time capsule, but others were destroyed by the intense heat or collapsed under the weight of debris. When archaeologists began excavating in the 1700s, their methods were often crude, exposing fragile plaster to air and moisture, causing colors to fade or flake away. Some frescoes were removed and stored improperly, while others were damaged by early tourists or looters. During World War II, Allied bombings shook Pompeii's ruins, further endangering surviving artworks. The result? A fraction of Pompeii's artistic wealth remains, with countless masterpieces lost to nature and human error. What was lost? Entire villas, like the House of the Golden Bracelet, contained rooms of frescoes that crumbled before they could be documented. Scenes of Roman gods, festivals, and landscapes, works that could have illuminated daily life or religious practice, are gone forever. The surviving frescoes, like those in the House of the Faun, show a sophistication that rivals Renaissance art, with techniques like linear perspective and vibrant palettes. But for every preserved panel, dozens more were destroyed, leaving gaps in our understanding of Roman aesthetics and culture. Why did this happen? The initial destruction was nature's doing. Vesuvius's eruption was an unstoppable force. But the later losses were human-made. Early archaeologists lacked the tools or knowledge to preserve delicate plaster. Some frescoes were deliberately removed for private collections, only to be lost or damaged. And the ongoing exposure to weather and tourism continues to threaten what remains. The frescoes were also victims of cultural shifts. Medieval Christians sometimes defaced pagan imagery, scraping away faces of gods to align with their beliefs. Today, walking through Pompeii's ruins, you can still see the ghosts of these frescoes. Faded patches of color cling to walls, hinting at scenes that once dazzled. The surviving works, like the enigmatic Alexander mosaic, speak of a civilization that celebrated beauty and complexity. But the lost frescoes haunt us, their absence a reminder of how fragile art can be when caught between nature's fury and human neglect. As you imagine standing in a Pompeian villa, surrounded by walls that once sang with color, you can almost hear the laughter of a lost world, now silent beneath the ash. Section 8. The Forbidden Books of the Qin Dynasty. In ancient China, during the brief but brutal reign of the Qin Dynasty, 221 to 206 BCE, a cultural catastrophe unfolded that would echo through millennia. The first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, unified China through conquest and iron rule, but his ambition extended beyond land. He sought to control thought itself. In 213 BCE, he ordered the infamous burning of the books, a purge of texts deemed dangerous to his regime. Scrolls of philosophy, history, poetry, and science were consigned to flames, their wisdom reduced to smoke. Why did an emperor fear the written word? What knowledge was lost in this act of destruction? And how did its shadow shape China's future? The Qin dynasty marked a turning point in Chinese history. Qin Shi Huang centralized power, standardized writing, weights, and measures, and began the Great Wall. But his vision of unity demanded absolute control, including over ideas. The emperor, advised by his minister Li Si, targeted the works of Confucian scholars, historians, and other intellectuals who questioned his rule. These texts, written on bamboo strips or silk, included the classics of Confucius, the histories of rival states, and philosophical treatises like those of the 100 Schools of Thought. The order was clear: burn all books except those on practical subjects like agriculture, medicine, and divination. The scale of the destruction was staggering. Libraries, private collections, and even oral traditions were targeted. Scholars who hid texts or recited forbidden works were executed, some buried alive. The Book of Songs, a cornerstone of Chinese poetry, was nearly lost, surviving only through the memory of those who dared to preserve it. The works of Mencius, Zhuangzi, and other philosophers were decimated, with fragments pieced together centuries later from oral recitations or hidden caches. The loss wasn't just of texts but of a vibrant intellectual culture, a diversity of thought that challenged the emperor's monolithic vision. Why did Qin Shi Huang burn the books? Fear. The emperor saw rival philosophies, particularly Confucianism, as threats to his authority. Confucian teachings emphasized moral governance and loyalty to tradition, clashing with the legalist ideology that justified his rule through strict laws and punishment. By burning books, he aimed to erase dissenting voices, rewrite history, and create a singular narrative of his divine mandate. But the act was also a sign of insecurity, a ruler so powerful yet so afraid of words that he sought to destroy them. The impact was profound. The burning of the books created a cultural void, stifling intellectual debate for generations. While some texts were later recovered or rewritten during the Han Dynasty, many were lost forever, leaving gaps in China's philosophical and historical record. The loss of historical chronicles from rival states means we know less about pre-Qin China than we might have. The destruction also set a precedent for censorship, a shadow that lingers in the control of ideas across centuries. Yet some knowledge survived. Confucian scholars memorized texts, passing them down in secret. Hidden scrolls were unearthed centuries later, their faded ink a testament to resilience. The Analects of Confucius, though battered, endured, shaping Chinese thought for millennia. Today, as you imagine the flames consuming bamboo scrolls, you can almost hear the crackle of burning wisdom, the defiant whispers of scholars who refuse to let their voices die. The Qin book burning reminds us that ideas, though fragile, can outlast even the mightiest emperors. Section 9. The Lost Sculptures of the Parthenon. High atop the Acropolis in Athens, the Parthenon stands as a symbol of classical Greece, its marble columns gleaming under the Mediterranean sun. But in its prime, the Parthenon was more than architecture. It was a canvas for some of the greatest sculptures ever created. The metopes, friezes, and pediments, crafted under the direction of Phidias in the 5th century BCE, depicted gods, heroes, and battles with a grace and dynamism that defined Western art. Yet many of these sculptures are gone, looted, destroyed, or lost to time. What stories did these marbles tell? Why were they taken or shattered? And what does their absence mean for our understanding of the Greek Golden Age? The Parthenon sculptures were a triumph of artistry. The metopes, 92 panels carved in high relief, showed mythological battles. Greeks versus Amazons, gods versus giants. The frieze, a 160-meter-long procession, depicted the Panathenaic festival, with horsemen, maidens, and priests moving in harmonious rhythm. The pediments portrayed the birth of Athena and her contest with Poseidon, their figures so lifelike they seemed to breathe. At the heart of the temple stood Phidias's colossal statue of Athena Parthenos, a gold and ivory masterpiece towering over 12 meters. These works weren't just art. They were a celebration of Athenian identity, faith, and power. The destruction began early. In the 5th century CE, as Christianity rose, the Parthenon was converted into a church, and many sculptures were defaced or removed for their pagan imagery. The Athena Parthenos vanished, likely melted down for its gold. In 1687, a Venetian bombardment during a siege against the Ottoman-held Acropolis caused an explosion, shattering parts of the temple and its sculptures. In the early 19th century, Lord Elgin controversially removed much of the surviving frieze and metopes, shipping them to Britain, where they remain in the British Museum. Other pieces were lost to weathering, looting, or neglect, leaving the Parthenon a shadow of its former glory. What was lost? Over half of the original sculptures are gone, either destroyed, scattered in private collections, or buried in the rubble of history. The Athena Parthenos, one of antiquity's greatest works, exists only in descriptions and small-scale replicas. Entire sections of the frieze, showing the vibrancy of Athenian life, are missing, their stories incomplete. These losses rob us of a full picture of Greek artistry, their mastery of movement, and their vision of the divine. Why did this happen? The Parthenon sculptures fell victim to religious shifts, warfare, and colonial ambition. Early Christians saw the pagan figures as idolatrous, while the Ottoman-Venetian conflict turned the Acropolis into a battlefield. Elgin's removal, though justified as preservation, was a cultural theft, stripping Greece of its heritage. The ongoing debate over the Elgin marbles reflects the tension between preservation and repatriation, a wound still open today. Walking the Acropolis now, you see the Parthenon scars, empty spaces where sculptures once stood, their absence louder than stone. The surviving marbles, whether in Athens or London, speak of a civilization that valued beauty and reason. But the lost ones haunt us. Their missing faces a reminder that even the greatest works can fall to human conflict and greed. As you imagine the Parthenon in its prime, its frieze glowing under torchlight, you can almost feel the pulse of a lost Athens, forever out of reach. Section 10. The silenced voices of the Harlem Renaissance. In the 1920s and 1930s, Harlem, New York, became a crucible of Black creativity, a place where art, literature, and music exploded in a movement known as the Harlem Renaissance. Writers like Langston Hughes, painters like Aaron Douglas, and musicians like Duke Ellington crafted works that celebrated Black identity, challenged racism, and reshaped American culture. But many of these works, manuscripts, paintings, and recordings, were lost, suppressed, or destroyed, victims of systemic racism, neglect, or economic hardship. What stories did these lost works tell? Why were they silenced? And what does their absence say about the fragility of cultural revolutions? The Harlem Renaissance was a defiant act of creation. Hughes's poems, with their rhythmic cadences, gave voice to Black dreams and struggles. Douglas's murals, with their bold silhouettes and African motifs, reimagined Black history as epic art. Ellington's jazz compositions, blending sophistication with raw emotion, redefined American music. But not all artists had the means to preserve their work. Manuscripts were lost to poverty, paintings destroyed in fires or discarded, and recordings vanished due to poor storage or deliberate erasure. Some works were censored, deemed too provocative for a society steeped in racial prejudice. What was lost? Countless poems, stories, and plays never made it to print, their authors unable to find publishers in a segregated industry. Paintings by lesser-known artists like Palmer Hayden were lost in tenement fires or thrown out during evictions. Early jazz recordings, often made on fragile acetate discs, deteriorated or were destroyed by record companies uninterested in preserving Black music. These losses weren't just of art but of a movement's momentum, a chance to fully reshape America's cultural narrative. Why did this happen? Systemic racism played a central role. Black artists were often denied access to galleries, publishers, or recording studios. Economic hardship forced many to abandon their work, while others faced censorship for addressing issues like lynching or inequality. The Great Depression exacerbated these challenges, cutting off funding for cultural projects. Even after the Renaissance, many works were neglected, seen as less valuable than those of white artists, their significance only recognized decades later. The impact was profound. The lost works of the Harlem Renaissance could have deepened our understanding of Black resilience and creativity, offering voices that challenged the status quo. The surviving works, Hughes's The Weary Blues, Douglas's aspects of Negro life, are treasures, but they're only a fraction of what was created. The absence of others leaves gaps in the story of a movement that sought to redefine identity in a hostile world. Today, as you imagine the smoky clubs of Harlem, filled with jazz and poetry, you can almost hear the lost voices. Manuscripts never published, paintings never seen, songs never recorded. The Harlem Renaissance reminds us that art can be a revolution, but revolutions are fragile, easily silenced by neglect or prejudice. Its lost works are a call to preserve the voices that dare to speak truth. Section 11. The Erased Art of Soviet Dissidents. In the Soviet Union, where conformity was enforced with an iron fist, a group of artists dared to defy the state's rigid aesthetic of socialist realism. These dissidents, working in secret studios or underground galleries, created paintings, sculptures, and writings that challenged the regime's propaganda. But their art was often confiscated, destroyed, or hidden, deemed subversive by a government that feared free expression. Who were these artists? What did their lost work say about the human spirit under oppression? And why does their erasure still resonate? The Soviet regime demanded art that glorified the state, heroic workers, idyllic landscapes, triumphant leaders. But artists like Ernst Neizvestny, Oscar Rabin, and the collective behind the Bulldozer exhibition of 1974 rejected this mandate. Their works, often abstract or surreal, explored themes of alienation, freedom, and truth. Neizvestny's sculptures, with their jagged forms, spoke of human struggle. Rabin's paintings, depicting gritty urban scenes, exposed the underbelly of Soviet life. These artists worked in secrecy, their exhibitions raided by KGB agents, their canvases slashed or burned. The Bulldozer exhibition is a stark example. In September 1974, a group of nonconformist artists staged an open-air show in Moscow, only for authorities to destroy it with bulldozers and water cannons. Paintings were crushed, sculptures shattered, and artists arrested. Other works were confiscated during raids, locked in KGB vaults, or burned to erase their influence. Some artists, like Neizvestny, were forced into exile, their works smuggled out or lost in transit. What was lost? Entire oeuvre of avant-garde art, paintings, drawings, and sculptures that captured the soul of dissent. These works were not just aesthetic. They were acts of resistance, testimonies to the human spirit's refusal to be silenced. Their destruction meant the loss of a counter-narrative, a vision of the Soviet Union that contradicted the state's polished facade. While some pieces survived, hidden or smuggled to the West, countless others were destroyed, their creators forgotten or marginalized. Why did this happen? The Soviet regime saw art as a tool of control, and any deviation was a threat. Dissident art, with its raw honesty, challenged the myth of a perfect socialist state. The KGB targeted these artists not just for their work but for their ideas, which could inspire rebellion. Censorship, raids, and destruction were tools to maintain ideological purity, silencing voices that dared to question. The impact lingers. The surviving works of Soviet dissidents, now in museums or private collections, are celebrated as symbols of resistance. But the lost ones, canvases torn apart, sculptures reduced to rubble, are a reminder of the cost of freedom. As you imagine a secret studio in Moscow, lit by a single bulb, with an artist painting in defiance of the state, you can almost feel the weight of their courage and the tragedy of their silenced art. Section 12. The Stolen Treasures of the Benin Kingdom. In the lush forests of West Africa, the Benin Kingdom, modern-day Nigeria, flourished for centuries, its artisans crafting bronzes, ivories, and wooden sculptures that rivaled Europe's finest. These works, intricate plaques, royal busts, and ceremonial masks, were not just art but sacred objects, embodying the kingdom's history, spirituality, and power. In 1897, a British punitive expedition looted Benin City, stealing thousands of these treasures and scattering them across the world. Many were lost, destroyed, or remain hidden in private collections. What stories did these artworks tell? Why were they taken? And what does their loss mean for the Benin people and the world? The Benin bronzes, as they're known, were created by master craftsmen of the Edo people, using lost wax casting to produce detailed plaques depicting warriors, kings, and rituals. These adorned the royal palace, serving as historical records and spiritual symbols. Ivory carvings and wooden masks, used in ceremonies, were equally revered, their craftsmanship blending beauty with meaning. The kingdom, at its height in the 15th to 17th centuries, was a cultural and economic powerhouse, trading with Europe and commanding respect across West Africa. The 1897 British expedition, launched in retaliation for an attack on a British delegation, was a brutal act of colonial violence. Soldiers sacked the palace, burning parts of the city and looting over 2,000 artworks. These treasures were shipped to Europe, sold to museums and collectors, or lost in transit. Some were melted down, others damaged or discarded. The looting wasn't just theft. It was a cultural amputation, stripping the Benin people of their heritage and scattering their history across continents. What was lost? Beyond the physical objects, the looting erased a visual chronicle of Benin's past. The bronzes were a living history, documenting reigns, battles, and rituals. Their removal left the Edo people without key symbols of their identity, a wound still felt today. While some bronzes survive in museums like the British Museum and Berlin's Ethnological Museum, many are unaccounted for, hidden in private collections, or destroyed. The exact number of lost pieces is unknown, but their absence is a gap in the world's cultural heritage. Why did this happen? Colonial greed and arrogance drove the looting. The British saw the bronzes as trophies, proof of their dominance over a savage culture they underestimated. The artworks were also valuable commodities, sold to fund the expedition or enrich collectors. The looting reflected a broader colonial mindset that devalued African art, seeing it as exotic rather than profound. Today, debates over repatriation continue, with calls to return the bronzes to Nigeria growing louder. Walking through the imagined halls of Benin's royal palace, you can picture the bronzes gleaming in torchlight, their surfaces alive with stories. Their loss is a tragedy, not just for the Edo but for all who value the diversity of human creativity. The surviving bronzes, with their intricate details, speak of a kingdom's pride and resilience. But the stolen and lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of the violence of empire and the fragility of cultural legacy. These stories of frescoes buried in ash, books burned by emperors, sculptures shattered by zealots, and treasures stolen by colonizers are threads in a tapestry of loss. Each missing work is a voice silenced, a story untold, a piece of humanity erased. Yet, their echoes linger, urging us to protect the art that remains, to listen to the whispers of the past, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these ghosts speak to you, their silent presence a call to remember and preserve. Section 13. The Lost Mosaics of Zeugma. In the ancient city of Zeugma, on the banks of the Euphrates River in modern-day Turkey, the elite of the Roman Empire lived in villas adorned with breathtaking mosaics. These intricate artworks, crafted from thousands of colored tesserae, depicted myths, gods, and scenes of daily life with a vibrancy that rivaled any painting. But in the late 20th century, the construction of the Barsuk Dam flooded much of Zeugma, submerging its treasures beneath the waters. While some mosaics were saved, many were lost forever, buried under silt or destroyed by looters. What stories did these mosaics tell? Why were they lost? And what do their fragments reveal about a forgotten crossroads of culture? Zeugma, founded in the 3rd century BCE by one of Alexander the Great's generals, was a thriving hub on the Silk Road, blending Greek, Roman, and Persian influences. Its mosaics, dating from the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE, were masterpieces of craftsmanship. The famous Gypsy Girl mosaic, with her haunting eyes, is a testament to their artistry, capturing emotion in tiny stones. Other mosaics depicted scenes from Greek mythology, Achilles in disguise, Oceanus and Tethys riding sea creatures, or everyday life, like banquets and hunting scenes. These were not just decorations. They were status symbols, narratives of a cosmopolitan world where East met West. The flooding of Zeugma in the early 2000s, caused by the dam's reservoir, was a modern tragedy. Despite frantic rescue efforts by archaeologists, only a fraction of the city's mosaics were excavated before the waters rose. Many remained buried, their tesserae dissolving in the mud or stolen by looters who plundered the site before it was submerged. Earlier, in antiquity, invasions and earthquakes had already damaged Zeugma, burying villas under rubble. The combined losses, natural, human, and modern, mean that much of Zeugma's artistic legacy is gone, its stories drowned or scattered. What was lost? Entire villa floors, covered with mosaics, now lie beneath the Euphrates. These artworks could have illuminated the lives of Zeugma's inhabitants, their beliefs, and their connections to the broader Roman world. Scenes of gods, heroes, and daily life, preserved for centuries underground, were destroyed by water or theft. The surviving mosaics, like those in Gaziantep's Zeugma Mosaic Museum, show a sophistication that blends Hellenistic elegance with Eastern motifs, but they are only a glimpse of what once existed. Why did this happen? The dam was built for economic reasons, hydroelectric power and irrigation, but at a cultural cost. Insufficient funding and time for excavations meant many mosaics were left to the flood. Looting, a persistent problem in conflict zones, compounded the loss, as traffickers sold fragments on the black market. In antiquity, Zeugma's decline after Roman rule left it vulnerable to neglect, its treasures buried until modern rediscovery. The loss reflects a recurring theme, the clash between progress and preservation, where art often pays the price. Walking through the imagined villas of Zeugma, you can picture the mosaics gleaming under torchlight, their colors dancing with stories of gods and mortals. The surviving fragments, like the Gypsy Girl, are miracles of endurance, but the drowned mosaics haunt us, their absence a reminder of how easily beauty can slip beneath the waves. As you imagine the Euphrates flowing over these lost artworks, you can almost hear the silent songs of a city submerged, its stories forever out of reach. Section 14. The Burned Libraries of Timbuktu. In the heart of the Sahara, the city of Timbuktu in modern-day Mali was once a beacon of Islamic scholarship, a center of learning that rivaled the great universities of Europe and the Middle East. From the 13th to 16th centuries, its libraries housed thousands of manuscripts, intricate works of calligraphy that recorded astronomy, mathematics, theology, and poetry. These texts, written in Arabic and local languages, were treasures of the Mali Empire, preserved by families and scholars. But in 2012, during a conflict involving jihadist groups, many of these manuscripts were burned or looted, erasing centuries of knowledge. What wisdom did these texts hold? Why were they targeted? And what does their loss mean for Africa's intellectual heritage? Timbuktu's manuscripts were a testament to a golden age of African scholarship. The Sankore Mosque and University, along with private libraries, held works on Islamic law, astronomy, including star charts, medicine, and literature. Some were illuminated with gold, their pages adorned with geometric patterns. Others were practical, detailing trade routes or herbal remedies. These texts were not just academic. They were cultural anchors, linking Timbuktu to the broader Islamic world and preserving the voices of African scholars like Ahmad Baba. Families guarded these manuscripts for generations, passing them down as sacred heirlooms. In 2012, when jihadist groups like Ansar Dine seized Timbuktu during Mali's civil conflict, they saw these manuscripts as un-Islamic, targeting them for destruction. Thousands were burned in public squares or looted for sale on the black market. While heroic efforts by local residents and scholars saved many, smuggled out in sacks or hidden in secret compartments, the losses were immense. Entire collections, some dating back 700 years, were reduced to ash, their knowledge lost to the flames. What was lost? Countless treatises on astronomy, mathematics, and philosophy, many of which had never been fully studied by modern scholars. These texts could have reshaped our understanding of Africa's contributions to global knowledge, challenging stereotypes of the continent as intellectually barren. The surviving manuscripts, like those in the Ahmed Baba Institute, reveal a sophisticated intellectual culture, but the burned ones leave gaps in history, lost debates, lost discoveries, lost voices. Why did this happen? The jihadists' ideology rejected anything that deviated from their rigid interpretation of Islam, viewing Timbuktu's diverse scholarship as heretical. Looting was also driven by greed, as manuscripts fetched high prices from collectors. The destruction was a cultural assault, aimed at erasing Timbuktu's legacy as a center of learning. But it also reflected a broader tragedy: the vulnerability of heritage in conflict zones, where art and knowledge become collateral damage. Today, efforts to digitize and preserve surviving manuscripts continue, but the burned libraries of Timbuktu are a wound in Africa's cultural heart. As you imagine the scholars of Sankore, hunched over their manuscripts by lamplight, you can almost smell the ink and parchment, now replaced by the acrid scent of ash. The lost texts are a reminder that knowledge, though resilient, is fragile in the face of fanaticism. Their absence urges us to protect the wisdom that remains, to honor the voices silenced by fire. Section 15. The censored films of the Soviet montage. In the early 20th century, Soviet filmmakers like Sergei Eisenstein, Zyga Vertov, and Vsevolod Pudovkin pioneered a revolutionary style known as montage, using rapid cuts and bold imagery to convey political and emotional truths. Their films, Battleship Potemkin, Man with a Movie Camera, were masterpieces of propaganda and art, celebrating the Bolshevik Revolution while pushing cinematic boundaries. But many of their works, and those of lesser-known directors, were censored, banned, or destroyed by the Soviet regime, deemed too experimental or subversive. What stories did these films tell? Why were they silenced? And what does their loss mean for the history of cinema? Soviet montage was a radical departure from traditional storytelling. Eisenstein's strike used stark contrasts to depict class struggle, while Vertov's Kino Eye captured the chaos and energy of urban life. These films were not just entertainment. They were tools of revolution, meant to inspire and educate. But as Stalin tightened his grip in the 1930s, the regime demanded socialist realism, simple, heroic narratives that glorified the state. Montage, with its ambiguity and intellectualism, was seen as dangerous, and many films were shelved, re-edited, or destroyed. What was lost? Entire films, like Eisenstein's Bazin Meadow, were confiscated and burned, their negatives melted down for silver. Others, like Vertov's experimental shorts, were banned for their avant-garde style, surviving only in fragments or descriptions. These films could have expanded the language of cinema, offering new ways to tell stories through images. Lesser-known directors, whose names are barely recorded, lost their entire oeuvre, their contributions erased from history. The surviving films, though iconic, are only a sliver of what was created. Why did this happen? Stalin's regime feared art that didn't serve its propaganda machine. Montage's complexity allowed for multiple interpretations, which could undermine state ideology. Directors were forced to conform or face exile, imprisonment, or worse. Eisenstein was publicly criticized, Vertov marginalized, and others forgotten. The destruction of their films was a way to control the narrative, ensuring that only state-approved stories reached the public. The impact was profound. The loss of these films stunted the growth of experimental cinema, delaying techniques that later defined modern filmmaking. The surviving works, like Potemkin, are studied as classics, but the censored ones could have offered new perspectives on the Soviet experience. Its hopes, its fears, its contradictions. Their absence is a gap in the evolution of an art form that changed how we see the world. As you imagine a darkened theater, the flicker of a projector casting forbidden images, you can almost hear the whir of celluloid, now silent. The lost films of the Soviet montage are a testament to art's power to challenge authority, and a warning of how easily that power can be extinguished. Their absence urges us to value the films that survive, and to seek the stories that never reach the screen. Section 16. The Destroyed Temples of Angkor. In the jungles of Cambodia, the temples of Angkor stand as one of humanity's greatest architectural achievements, a sprawling complex of stone built by the Khmer Empire between the 9th and 15th centuries. Angkor Wat, with its lotus-like towers, is the most famous, but hundreds of other temples, adorned with intricate bas-reliefs and statues, once dotted the landscape. Many of these were destroyed by war, neglect, or looting, leaving only fragments of their grandeur. What stories did these temples tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about the fragility of sacred art? The temples of Angkor were more than buildings. They were cosmic maps, blending Hindu and Buddhist iconography. The bas-reliefs of Angkor what depict scenes from the Ramayana and Mahabharata, with gods, demons, and apsaras dancing across the stone. Smaller temples, like Priya Khan and Ta Prohm, were adorned with carvings of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and mythical creatures, their walls alive with spiritual narratives. These temples were centers of worship, learning, and community, their art a reflection of the Khmer's devotion and ingenuity. The destruction of Angkor's temples began with the empire's decline in the 15th century, as invasions from neighboring kingdoms weakened the region. Many temples were abandoned, reclaimed by the jungle, their stones crumbling under vines and rain. In the 20th century, the Khmer Rouge regime, 1975 to 1979, targeted temples for destruction, seeing their religious imagery as counter-revolutionary. Statues were smashed, reliefs defaced, and entire temples looted for their treasures. Modern development and tourism have further endangered surviving structures, while looters have stripped countless artifacts for the black market. What was lost? Hundreds of temples, like Banteay Chmar, were reduced to rubble, their carvings lost to time or theft. Statues of deities, once central to worship, were destroyed or sold, leaving empty niches. The bas-reliefs, which recorded Khmer mythology and history, were often damaged beyond repair, their stories incomplete. These losses rob us of a full understanding of the Khmer Empire, its beliefs, and its artistic achievements. Why did this happen? The initial decline was due to political instability and environmental pressures, like droughts that strained the empire's resources. The Khmer Rouge's destruction was ideological, targeting religious art as a symbol of the old order. Looting, driven by global demand for antiquities, continues to strip Angkor of its heritage. The temple's remote location made them vulnerable to neglect, while modern tourism, though economically vital, adds wear to fragile structures. Walking through Angkor today, you can still feel the majesty of its surviving temples, their stones whispering of a lost empire. But the destroyed ones, swallowed by jungle, shattered by ideology, or stolen by greed, are a silent tragedy. As you imagine the apsaras dancing in torchlit halls, you can almost hear the echoes of prayers, now faded into the Cambodian night. The lost temples of Angkor remind us that even the grandest monuments are vulnerable to time and human folly. These stories of mosaics drowned, manuscripts burned, films censored, and temples shattered are threads in a tapestry of loss, each one a piece of humanity's soul torn away. Yet, their ghosts endure, urging us to cherish the art that remains, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 17. The Destroyed Murals of Diego Rivera. In the early 20th century, Mexico was a crucible of revolution and rebirth, and Diego Rivera's murals were its beating heart. These massive, vibrant frescoes, painted on the walls of public buildings, told the story of Mexico's people, its indigenous roots, its struggles against colonialism, and its dreams of a socialist future. But some of Rivera's most powerful works were destroyed, defaced, or painted over, deemed too radical by those in power. What truths did these murals speak? Why were they erased? And what does their loss reveal about the clash between art and authority? Rivera, a giant of the Mexican muralist movement, used his art to champion the working class and critique capitalism. His 1933 mural Man at the Crossroads, commissioned for Rockefeller Center in New York, was a bold vision of humanity's future, blending science, labor, and revolution. But its inclusion of Vladimir Lenin's portrait sparked outrage among the Rockefeller family, who ordered it destroyed before completion. Workers chipped the mural from the wall, its plaster reduced to dust. Other Rivera murals in Mexico faced similar fates, defaced or covered during political shifts or conservative backlash. The destruction of man at the crossroads was a high-profile loss, but it wasn't alone. In Mexico City, Rivera's murals in public buildings were sometimes whitewashed when their Marxist themes clashed with government agendas. During the 1940s and 1950s, as Mexico moved toward moderation, some frescoes were painted over or damaged during renovations. These murals weren't just art. They were manifestos, celebrating indigenous heritage and workers' struggles while condemning exploitation. Their loss erased not just beauty but a narrative of resistance. What was lost? Entire cycles of frescoes, some documented only in sketches or black and white photos, vanished. Man at the Crossroads, though partially recreated in Mexico as man, controller of the universe, lost its original context and impact. Other murals, less famous but equally vital, disappeared without record, their stories of Mexican life and struggle silenced. These works could have deepened our understanding of the post-revolutionary era, a time when art was a weapon for social change. Why did this happen? Rivera's murals were destroyed because they challenged power. In the US, his depiction of Lenin was seen as communist propaganda, unacceptable in a capitalist stronghold. In Mexico, political shifts led to censorship as governments distanced themselves from radical ideals. The destruction was also practical. Murals, fixed to walls, were vulnerable to renovation or demolition. The losses reflect a broader truth. Art that speaks truth to power is often the first to fall. Today, Rivera's surviving murals, like those in the Palacio Nacional, pulse with life, their colors telling stories of Mexico's soul. But the destroyed ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how art can threaten the status quo. As you imagine standing before a Rivera mural, its figures of workers and revolutionaries towering above, you can almost feel the energy of a lost vision, its plaster crumbled but its spirit enduring. Section 18. The Lost Scores of Renaissance Polyphony. In the cathedrals and courts of Renaissance Europe, from the 14th to 16th centuries, polyphonic music wove voices into intricate tapestries of sound, elevating worship and celebration to divine heights. Composers like Josquin des Prez, Giovanni Palestrina, and Thomas Tallis crafted masses, motets, and madrigals that captured the spiritual and emotional depth of their era. But many of these scores, written on fragile parchment or vellum, were lost to time, fire, or reformist zeal. What melodies did these works hold? Why were they lost? And what does their absence mean for the history of music? Renaissance polyphony was a revolution in sound, blending multiple vocal lines into harmonious complexity. Josquin's masses, like Missa Pange Lingua, were miracles of structure, their interwoven voices evoking the divine. Palestrina's motets, performed in the Sistine Chapel, were said to save sacred music from the Catholic Church's suspicion of excess. Secular madrigals, meanwhile, explored love and nature with poetic finesse. These works were not just music. They were expressions of faith, intellect, and human emotion, preserved in handwritten manuscripts by monks, scribes, or court musicians. The losses began early. The Protestant Reformation, starting in the 1510s, saw reformers like Martin Luther and John Calvin condemn elaborate polyphony as distracting from worship. In England, during Henry VIII's dissolution of the monasteries, 1536 to 1541, countless manuscripts were burned or recycled for their vellum. Fires, like the 1734 blaze at Madrid's Alcazar, destroyed royal music collections. Neglect and poor storage claimed others, as damp or insects consumed fragile parchment. By the time music printing became widespread, many early scores were already gone. What was lost? Entire repertoires of sacred and secular music, some by masters like Josquin, whose output is only partially known. Lesser-known composers, whose names appear in fragments or cathedral records, lost their legacy entirely. These scores could have revealed the evolution of musical theory, the interplay of voices, or the cultural exchange between courts and churches. The surviving works, like Palestrina's Missa Papae Marcelli, are treasures, but they represent only a fraction of the era's output. Why did this happen? Religious upheaval was a major culprit. The Reformation's push for simplicity led to the destruction of Catholic music manuscripts, seen as symbols of papal excess. Political turmoil, like the English Reformation, targeted monastic libraries, where many scores were kept. Practical issues, fire, decay, or reuse of parchment, did the rest. The losses reflect a broader tension between tradition and reform, where art often paid the price. As you imagine a Renaissance cathedral, its stone walls echoing with polyphonic voices, you can almost hear the lost motets, their harmonies rising to the heavens. The surviving scores, preserved in archives or rediscovered in forgotten corners, are miracles of endurance. But the lost ones remind us of music's fragility, its notes fading when the world turns against beauty. Their absence urges us to cherish the melodies that remain, and to listen for the ghosts of those that do not. Section 19. The Vanished Art of the Indus Valley Civilization. In the fertile plains of modern-day Pakistan and northwest India, the Indus Valley Civilization, circa 2600 to 1900 BCE, built cities of astonishing sophistication, like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. Their art, seals, pottery, sculptures, and jewelry revealed a culture of precision and creativity, blending functionality with beauty. But much of this art was lost, destroyed by time, floods, or later invasions, leaving only fragments of a mysterious civilization. What stories did these works tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about one of history's earliest urban cultures? The Indus Valley's art was understated yet profound. Tiny steatite seals, etched with animals and enigmatic script, were used for trade and ritual, their craftsmanship rivaling later cultures. Terracotta figurines, like the famous Dancing Girl bronze, captured movement with minimalist elegance. Pottery bore geometric patterns, while jewelry, gold, carnelian, and lapis lazuli reflected a thriving economy. These works weren't just decorative. They were clues to a society with advanced urban planning, trade networks, and possibly a proto-religion, though their undeciphered script keeps their full meaning elusive. The civilization's decline around 1900 BCE is still debated, with theories pointing to climate change, river shifts, or invasions. As cities were abandoned, their art was buried under silt or eroded by floods. Later, Aryan migrations and medieval conflicts further damaged sites. When British colonial archaeologists rediscovered Harappa in the 19th century, looting and careless excavations destroyed countless artifacts. Modern urban sprawl and illegal digging continue to threaten what remains. What was lost? Entire categories of art, paintings, textiles, or wooden objects likely perished due to their perishable materials. Sculptures and seals, buried or broken, could have revealed more about Indus religion, governance, or daily life. The surviving artifacts, like the priest-king statue, are tantalizing but incomplete, their context obscured by the lost script. These absences leave the Indus Valley as one of archaeology's great enigmas, a civilization we know only in whispers. Why did this happen? Environmental collapse likely triggered the initial loss, as rivers like the Sarasvati dried up, forcing abandonment. Later, invasions and neglect buried sites under layers of history. Colonial archaeology, driven by treasure hunting, damaged more than it preserved. The lack of a deciphered script means even surviving artifacts are mute, their stories locked away. The losses reflect the vulnerability of early civilizations to nature and human indifference. Walking through the imagined streets of Mohenjo-Daro, you can picture artisans carving seals under the sun, their work a bridge to a distant past. The surviving artifacts, displayed in museums, are miracles of survival, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how much of history remains buried. As you envision the Indus Valley's silent cities, you can almost hear the clink of tools, now stilled, urging us to protect the fragments that remain. Section 20. The suppressed poetry of the Cultural Revolution. In China, during the Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, Mao Zedong's campaign to purge bourgeois elements unleashed a wave of destruction against art, literature, and culture. Poetry, a cherished tradition in Chinese history, was targeted as a vehicle for dissent or individualism. Countless poems, written by intellectuals, students, and ordinary citizens, were confiscated, burned, or hidden, their authors silenced or persecuted. What voices did these poems carry? Why were they suppressed? And what does their loss mean for China's cultural memory? Chinese poetry, from the Tang Dynasty to the 20th century, was a medium of reflection and resistance. During the Cultural Revolution, poets like Bei Dao and the Misty Poets used oblique, symbolic language to express alienation and hope, challenging the regime's dogma. Others, less famous, wrote in secret, their verses hidden in diaries or whispered in private. These poems were not just art. They were acts of defiance, capturing the pain and resilience of a society under ideological siege. The Cultural Revolution's Red Guards targeted anything deemed counter-revolutionary. Libraries were ransacked, manuscripts burned, and poets arrested or sent to labor camps. Works that didn't glorify Mao or the Communist Party were destroyed, their authors labeled rightists or capitalist roaders. Some poets burned their own work to avoid persecution, while others hid their poems, only for them to be lost in raids or decay. The scale of destruction was vast, erasing a generation's literary voice. What was lost? Entire collections of poetry, from established writers to anonymous voices, vanished. These works could have offered a raw, unfiltered view of the Cultural Revolution's human toll, its fear, its betrayal, its quiet rebellion. The surviving poems, like those of the Misty Poets, published later in exile, are powerful but represent only a fraction of what was created. The lost verses could have deepened our understanding of a pivotal moment in China's history, when art became a battleground. Why did this happen? Mao's regime saw poetry as dangerous, its ambiguity a potential critique of state ideology. Intellectuals were distrusted, their words seen as threats to unity. The destruction was also chaotic. Red Guards, often young and zealous, acted with little oversight, burning anything deemed old or bourgeois. The losses reflect a broader campaign to erase the past, replacing it with a singular narrative of revolution. Today, as you imagine a poet scribbling in a dim room, hiding their work from prying eyes, you can almost hear the cadence of lost verses, their rhythm a pulse of defiance. The surviving poetry of the Cultural Revolution, published decades later, is a testament to resilience, but the lost poems are a wound in China's soul. Their absence reminds us that words, though fragile, can shake empires, and their silencing is a tragedy that echoes through time. These stories of murals chipped away, scores burned, artifacts buried, and poems suppressed are threads in a tapestry of loss, each one a piece of humanity's spirit torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to protect the art that remains, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 21. The erased cave paintings of Lascaux's replicas. In the rolling hills of southwestern France, the Lascaux Cave houses some of the most iconic prehistoric art, with paintings of bulls, horses, and hunters dating back 17,000 years. These vivid images, created by Cro-Magnon artists, are a window into humanity's earliest creative impulses. But beyond the original cave, which has been closed to the public since 1963 to prevent damage, replica caves, Lascaux 2, 3, and 4, were built to share this art with the world. Tragically, some of these meticulously recreated paintings, along with preparatory studies and digital reconstructions, have been lost to accidents, neglect, or technological failures. What did these replicas reveal about our ancestors? Why were their losses overlooked? And what does their absence teach us about preserving humanity's oldest art? The Lascaux cave paintings are a marvel of Paleolithic art, their ochre and charcoal figures capturing the raw energy of a world ruled by beasts. When the cave was discovered in 1940, its exposure to visitors caused humidity and fungal damage, prompting its closure. To preserve access, Lascaux 2 opened in 1983, a near-perfect replica of the cave's main chambers, painstakingly recreated by artists using ancient techniques. Lascaux 3, a mobile exhibit, and Lascaux 4, a high-tech immersive center opened in 2016, brought the art to global audiences. These replicas weren't just copies. They were acts of devotion, bridging modern viewers with prehistoric minds. Yet, some replica panels, early digital scans, and preparatory sketches were lost, damaged in transport, destroyed by fire, or corrupted by outdated technology. The losses began with practical mishaps. During the construction of Lascaux 2, some test panels, painted to perfect the replication process, were discarded or damaged. A 2001 fire at a storage facility in Montignac destroyed sketches and molds used for Lascaux 3's traveling exhibit. Digital reconstructions for Lascaux 4, created in the 1990s, were lost when early software became obsolete, rendering files unreadable. These losses, though less dramatic than the destruction of original art, erased invaluable efforts to recreate and understand Lascaux's magic. What was lost? The destroyed replicas and studies could have offered insights into the techniques of both prehistoric artists and modern recreators. Test panels showed how pigments were mixed, while early digital scans captured details now faded in the original cave. These works were bridges between past and present, their loss a setback in studying humanity's first artistic expressions. The surviving replicas, like Lascaux IV's immersive displays, are stunning, but the lost materials leave gaps in the story of how we preserve ancient art. Why did this happen? Neglect and underfunding played a role. Cultural projects often struggle for resources. The fire was an accident, but poor storage practices exacerbated the loss. Technological obsolescence, a modern threat, claimed digital files unprepared for long-term archiving. These losses reflect a broader challenge. Even efforts to preserve art are vulnerable to human error and time's relentless march. Walking through Lascaux 4 today, you can feel the awe of standing before replicated bulls, their forms leaping from the walls. But the lost replicas and studies remind us of the fragility of even modern preservation efforts. As you imagine the Cro-Magnon artists painting by flickering torchlight, you can almost hear the scrape of charcoal, now echoed in the silence of lost replicas. Their absence urges us to protect not just original art but the efforts to keep its spirit alive. Section 22. The Banned Novels of the Spanish Inquisition. In 16th century Spain, the Catholic Church wielded immense power through the Spanish Inquisition, a force tasked with enforcing religious orthodoxy. As printing presses spread ideas across Europe, books became battlegrounds, and countless novels, treatises, and poems were banned, burned, or confiscated for their perceived heresy. Works of fiction, particularly chivalric romances and early novels like Lazarillo de Tormes, were targeted for challenging moral or religious norms. What stories did these books tell? Why were they feared? And what does their loss reveal about the power of the written word? The Spanish Inquisition, established in 1478, sought to root out heresy, targeting not just religious dissent but also secular literature. Chivalric romances, like Amadis of Gaul, were wildly popular, their tales of knights and quests captivating readers. But the Inquisition saw them as frivolous, even dangerous, for promoting fantasy over piety. Lazarillo de Tormes, 1554, a picaresque novel, was banned for its satirical depiction of clergy and society, its sharp wit deemed subversive. Thousands of books were burned in public autos de fe, while others were hidden or destroyed by fearful owners. The scale of destruction was vast. The Inquisition's index of prohibited books listed hundreds of titles, from novels to scientific works. Entire print runs were seized, their pages consigned to flames. Some authors, like the anonymous writer of Lazarillo, went silent, their later works lost or never written. Manuscripts hidden in private collections often decayed or were discovered and destroyed. The losses weren't just of stories, but of a burgeoning literary culture, one that dared to question authority through humor and imagination. What was lost? Countless novels and romances, some known only through references in surviving texts. These works could have illuminated Spain's transition from medieval to modern literature, offering insights into social critique and human experience. The surviving fragments, like censored editions of Lazarillo, show a vibrant, rebellious spirit, but the burned books leave gaps in the history of the novel, a genre just beginning to take shape. Why did this happen? The Inquisition feared the power of ideas. Novels, with their ability to stir emotions and question norms, were seen as threats to religious and social order. Chivalric romances distracted from spiritual devotion, while picaresque tales mocked the powerful. The printing press, a new technology, amplified these dangers, spreading books faster than the church could control. The burnings were a desperate attempt to maintain authority in a changing world. Today, as you imagine a Spanish plaza lit by the flames of an auto de fe, you can almost smell the burning pages, their stories rising in smoke. The surviving novels, like Don Quixote, which emerged later, are monuments to Spain's literary genius, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how words can threaten empires. Their silencing urges us to protect the stories that dare to speak truth. Section 23. The Lost Tapestries of the French Revolution. During the French Revolution, 1789 to 1799, France was convulsed by upheaval, its old order torn apart in the name of liberty. Among the casualties were countless tapestries, exquisite woven artworks that adorned castles, churches, and noble homes. These tapestries, often depicting biblical scenes, mythological tales, or royal histories, were symbols of wealth and culture. But many were burned, torn apart, or repurposed during the revolutionary fervor, their threads unraveled by a society in revolt. What stories did these tapestries weave? Why were they destroyed? And what does their loss mean for Europe's artistic heritage? Medieval and Renaissance tapestries were masterpieces of craftsmanship, woven with wool, silk, and gold threads. The Apocalypse tapestry in Angers, one of the largest ever made, depicted the Book of Revelation in vivid detail. Others, like the Lady and the Unicorn series, explored love and allegory with delicate beauty. These works were not just decorative. They were portable wealth, status symbols, and narratives of faith and power. In noble homes, they warmed stone walls, while in churches, they told sacred stories to the faithful. The French Revolution targeted symbols of the monarchy and church. Tapestries, often bearing royal crests or religious imagery, were seen as relics of oppression. Many were burned in public squares, their gold threads melted for coinage. Others were cut into strips for practical use, curtains, blankets, or even horse blankets. Revolutionary mobs looted chateaus, destroying or stealing tapestries. The chaos of the period, combined with later neglect, meant many were lost forever, their designs known only through inventories or sketches. What was lost? Entire series of tapestries, some spanning dozens of panels, vanished. These works could have illuminated medieval and Renaissance life, courtly rituals, religious devotion, or artistic techniques. The surviving tapestries, like those in the Cluny Museum, are treasures, but they represent only a fraction of what once existed. The lost ones leave gaps in our understanding of how art wove together the sacred and secular in pre-revolutionary Europe. Why did this happen? The revolution's radical egalitarianism rejected the opulence of the aristocracy. Tapestries, as symbols of wealth, were prime targets. Religious imagery clashed with the secular ideals of the new republic, leading to their destruction. Practical needs, cloth for clothing or metal for money, further justified their dismantling. The losses reflect a broader upheaval, where art was sacrificed for ideological and material gain. As you imagine a French chateau, its walls draped with shimmering tapestries, you can almost feel the texture of their threads, now unraveled by history. The surviving works, with their intricate scenes, speak of a lost world of beauty and power. But the destroyed tapestries remind us that revolutions, even those born of justice, can consume the art that defines a culture. Their absence urges us to protect the threads of history that remain. Section 24. The Stolen Relics of the Crusades. The Crusades, 1095 to 1291, a series of religious wars to reclaim the Holy Land, were as much about plunder as piety. Crusaders looted countless relics and artworks from the Middle East, icons, manuscripts, mosaics, and sacred objects revered by Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Many of these treasures, from Constantinople to Jerusalem, were lost, destroyed, or hidden in the chaos of conquest. What stories did these relics tell? Why were they taken or lost? And what does their absence reveal about the collision of faith and greed? The art of the Crusades was a fusion of cultures. Byzantine icons, with their golden halos, were prized for their spiritual power. Islamic manuscripts, adorned with calligraphy, reflected the sophistication of the Abbasid and Fatimid dynasties. Jewish artifacts, like Torah scrolls, carried centuries of tradition. Crusaders, particularly during the Fourth Crusade's sack of Constantinople in 1204, stole thousands of these objects, shipping them to Europe. But many were lost, sunk in shipwrecks, destroyed in battles, or melted down for their materials. The sack of Constantinople was a turning point. Crusaders looted Hagia Sophia and other churches, taking relics like the True Cross and the Shroud of Turin. Some were sold or gifted to European monasteries, but others were lost in transit or destroyed in later conflicts. Islamic and Jewish artifacts faced similar fates, often burned as heretical or repurposed for Christian use. The chaos of the Crusades, combined with the fragility of medieval travel, meant countless treasures vanished. What was lost? Relics like the Crown of Thorns, fragments of which survive, were part of a vast array of sacred objects now gone. Byzantine mosaics, torn from walls, could have illuminated the empire's artistic genius. Islamic manuscripts, with their scientific and poetic insights, were lost to fire or neglect. These works could have deepened our understanding of medieval intercultural exchange, a time when East and West collided. Why did this happen? Greed drove much of the looting. Relics were valuable both spiritually and monetarily. Religious fervor justified the destruction of infidel art, while logistical challenges, storms, piracy, or war claimed treasures in transit. The losses reflect the Crusades' dual nature, a quest for faith tainted by violence and avarice. As you imagine a crusader ship laden with stolen icons, sailing across a stormy Mediterranean, you can almost see the glint of gold, now sunk beneath the waves. The surviving relics, like those in Venice's San Marco, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how war can strip cultures of their sacred heart. Their loss urges us to honor the fragments that remain and to seek peace over plunder. These stories of paintings erased, books burned, tapestries torn, and relics stolen are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul ripped from history. Yet, their echoes linger, urging us to cherish the art that survives, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 25. The Lost Frescoes of the Minoan Civilization. On the island of Crete, the Minoan civilization, circa 2700 to 1450 BCE, flourished as one of the earliest advanced societies in Europe, known for its vibrant art and sophisticated culture. Their frescoes, painted on the walls of palaces like Knossos and Phaistos, depicted scenes of nature, ritual, and daily life with a fluidity and color that astonished later archaeologists. But many of these frescoes were destroyed by earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or later invasions, leaving only fragments of a once thriving artistic legacy. What stories did these frescoes tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about the Minoans' enigmatic world? Minoan frescoes were a celebration of life. The bull-leaping fresco at Knossos captures acrobats vaulting over charging bulls, their movements frozen in vibrant reds and blues. The saffron gatherers depict women harvesting crocus flowers, their delicate gestures evoking a reverence for nature. These works adorned palace walls, likely serving both decorative and ritual purposes, reflecting a society that valued beauty, athleticism, and connection to the natural world. Unlike the rigid art of later cultures, Minoan frescoes were dynamic, with flowing lines and a sense of movement that hinted at a joyful, prosperous civilization. The destruction began with natural disasters. The eruption of Thera, modern Santorini, around 1600 BCE likely triggered earthquakes and tsunamis that devastated Crete, collapsing palaces and burying frescoes under rubble. Later, Mycenaean invasions around 1450 BCE further damaged sites, with fires destroying fragile plaster. When archaeologists like Arthur Evans excavated Knossos in the early 20th century, they found fragments, but many frescoes had crumbled or faded due to exposure. Some were improperly restored, altering their original forms, while others were lost to looting or neglect. What was lost? Entire rooms of frescoes depicting rituals, myths, or daily life are gone, their stories reduced to dust. These works could have revealed more about Minoan religion, gender roles, or trade, offering clues to a culture whose script, Linear A, remains undeciphered. The surviving frescoes, like the Prince of the Lilies, are stunning but incomplete, leaving gaps in our understanding of a civilization that bridged Europe and the Near East. Why did this happen? Nature was the primary culprit. Thera's eruption was a cataclysm that reshaped the Aegean. Human conflict, particularly the Mycenaean conquest, added to the destruction, burning palaces and scattering their contents. Modern archaeology, though groundbreaking, sometimes exacerbated losses through hasty excavations or inadequate preservation. The frescoes' fragility, painted on thin plaster, made them vulnerable to time's ravages, a reminder that even the most vibrant art can fade. As you imagine walking through the labyrinthine halls of Knossos, its walls alive with leaping bulls and blooming flowers, you can almost feel the pulse of Minoan life. The surviving frescoes, carefully restored, are windows into a lost world, but the destroyed ones haunt us, their absence a silent cry from a civilization that danced with nature. Their loss urges us to protect the fragments that remain, piecing together the story of a people who painted their joy on plaster. Section 26. The band plays of Elizabethan England. In the late 16th and early 17th centuries, Elizabethan England was a golden age of theater, with playwrights like William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and Ben Jonson crafting works that reshaped literature. But the stage was also a battleground, and many plays were banned, censored, or lost due to their provocative content. Performed in bustling playhouses like the Globe, these works challenged political, religious, and social norms, only to be silenced by authorities or lost to time. What stories did these plays tell? Why were they suppressed? And what does their loss mean for the history of theater? Elizabethan plays were a mirror of their time, blending poetry, satire, and spectacle. Marlowe's Dr. Faustus grappled with ambition and damnation, while Johnson's Eastward Ho! Mocked societal greed. Lesser-known playwrights wrote comedies, tragedies, and histories that captured the vibrancy of London life. But the stage was heavily regulated by the master of the revels, who censored anything deemed subversive. Plays that criticized the monarchy, questioned Protestantism, or stirred unrest were banned, their scripts confiscated or burned. Others were lost when playhouses like the Fortune burned down or when manuscripts, rarely published, were discarded. The censorship was relentless. In 1597, Johnson and Thomas Nash's The Isle of Dogs was deemed so seditious that its performances were halted, its script destroyed, and its authors imprisoned. Shakespeare's Richard II, with its deposition scene, was censored for fear it could inspire rebellion. Many plays, especially by minor playwrights, were never printed, their manuscripts vanishing after performances. Fires, like the 1613 blaze at the Globe, consumed entire archives, while Puritan closures of theaters in the 1640s led to further losses. What was lost? Countless plays, some by major figures like Marlowe, whose full oeuvre is incomplete. Works by anonymous or lesser-known writers, comedies of city life, tragedies of revenge, could have enriched our understanding of Elizabethan culture, its humor, and its anxieties. The surviving plays, like Shakespeare's canon, are treasures, but they represent only a fraction of the era's theatrical output, leaving gaps in the history of drama's evolution. Why did this happen? The Elizabethan state feared the stage's power to sway audiences. Plays could mock the powerful, stir religious debate, or incite unrest, making them targets for censorship. The lack of widespread printing meant scripts relied on fragile manuscripts, easily lost to fire or neglect. The Puritan backlash, viewing theater as immoral, further endangered plays, as scripts were destroyed or abandoned. The losses reflect a tension between art's freedom and society's control, a battle that shaped the stage. As you imagine a packed Globe theater, actors delivering lines under an open sky, you can almost hear the laughter and gasps of a lost play. The surviving works, like Hamlet or Tamburlaine, are monuments to Elizabethan genius, but the banned and burned scripts haunt us, their absence a reminder of how art can provoke fear. Their loss urges us to cherish the plays that endure and to imagine the voices silenced by censorship. Section 27. The looted artifacts of Great Zimbabwe. In southern Africa, the medieval city of Great Zimbabwe, 11th to 15th centuries, stood as a testament to the wealth and ingenuity of the Shona people. Its stone walls, towers, and artifacts, gold ornaments, soapstone carvings, and pottery reflected a thriving trade hub connected to the Indian Ocean. But colonial plunder in the 19th and 20th centuries stripped Great Zimbabwe of many treasures, with artifacts looted, destroyed, or lost in private collections. What stories did these artifacts tell? Why were they taken? And what does their loss mean for Africa's historical narrative? Great Zimbabwe's artifacts were both functional and symbolic. Soapstone birds, carved with exquisite detail, likely represented spiritual or royal authority. Gold jewelry and glass beads spoke of trade with distant lands, from Arabia to China. Pottery, adorned with intricate patterns, revealed daily life and craftsmanship. These objects, found within the city's granite enclosures, were proof of an advanced African civilization, challenging colonial myths of a primitive continent. The looting began with European explorers in the late 19th century. British colonialists like Cecil Rhodes saw Great Zimbabwe as a source of treasure, not heritage. Artifacts were dug up, sold, or shipped to European museums. During the 1890s, amateur archaeologists and treasure hunters damaged the site, scattering or destroying objects. Many artifacts vanished into private collections, their provenance lost. Later, during Zimbabwe's liberation struggle, further looting occurred, with artifacts smuggled out or destroyed in conflict. What was lost? countless soapstone carvings, gold ornaments, and ceramics, some known only through early sketches or reports. These artifacts could have illuminated Great Zimbabwe's trade networks, religion, and social structure, offering a fuller picture of a sophisticated African kingdom. The surviving objects, like the 8 soapstone birds, are iconic, but they are a fraction of what once existed, leaving gaps in the story of a civilization that rivaled Europe's medieval powers. Why did this happen? Colonial greed drove the looting, as Europeans sought to profit from Africa's wealth while denying its cultural significance. Racist narratives claimed Great Zimbabwe was built by non-Africans, justifying the theft of its artifacts. Poor archaeological practices and conflict further eroded the site's heritage. The losses reflect a broader colonial pattern, the erasure of African history to serve imperial agendas. Walking through the imagined enclosures of Great Zimbabwe, you can picture soapstone birds perched atop stone towers, glinting in the sun. The surviving artifacts, now in museums like Harare's, are testaments to Shona ingenuity, but the looted ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Africa's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to reclaim and protect the heritage of a continent too long misunderstood. Section 28. The Burned Archives of the Haitian Revolution. The Haitian Revolution, 1791 to 1804, a seismic uprising that birthed the first Black Republic, was a triumph of enslaved people over colonial oppression. But its archives, letters, proclamations, and records documenting the struggle were largely destroyed, burned by French forces, revolutionary factions, or later neglect. These documents, along with oral histories and early artworks, were the voice of a revolution that reshaped the Americas. What stories did these archives hold? Why were they destroyed? And what does their loss mean for the legacy of Haiti's fight for freedom? The archives of the Haitian Revolution were diverse. Handwritten letters from leaders like Toussaint Louverture, proclamations of independence, and records of battles against French, Spanish, and British forces. Early artworks, like sketches of revolutionary figures or symbols of Vodou, captured the spirit of resistance. These documents and artifacts, often kept in makeshift headquarters or colonial offices, were not just historical records but rallying cries, proof of a people's determination to be free. The destruction began during the revolution itself. French troops, desperate to crush the uprising, burned rebel strongholds, destroying letters and proclamations. Revolutionary factions, fearing betrayal, sometimes burned their own records to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. After independence, Haiti's instability, coups, invasions, and economic isolation led to further losses as archives were neglected, looted, or destroyed in fires. Colonial powers, eager to erase the revolution's legacy, contributed to the suppression of its records. What was lost? Entire collections of correspondence, like Louverture's strategic letters, could have revealed the revolution's inner workings, its alliances, its betrayals, its vision. Sketches and early artworks, depicting heroes like Jean-Jacques Dessalines, were lost, leaving gaps in the visual history of Haiti's birth. These losses obscure the revolution's complexity, reducing a multifaceted struggle to fragmented narratives. The surviving documents, like the 1804 Declaration of Independence, are powerful but incomplete. Why did this happen? The destruction was both tactical and ideological. French forces burned records to weaken the rebellion, while revolutionaries destroyed documents to protect secrets. Post-independence neglect reflected Haiti's struggle to build a state under global ostracism. Colonial powers, threatened by Haiti's example, downplayed its history, contributing to the erasure. The losses reflect the vulnerability of revolutionary archives, especially those of marginalized peoples. As you imagine a rebel camp in Haiti, lit by firelight with leaders drafting proclamations, you can almost hear the rustle of paper, now ash. The surviving fragments, preserved in archives or oral traditions, are testaments to Haiti's defiance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how revolutions can be silenced. Their loss urges us to honor the voices that fought for freedom and to preserve their legacy against oblivion. Section 29. The destroyed statues of Easter Island. On the remote Pacific island of Rapa Nui, known as Easter Island, the ancient Polynesian people carved monumental statues called moai, towering figures that stood as guardians of their culture. Between the 10th and 16th centuries, these massive stone sculptures, some over 10 meters tall, lined the island's coasts, embodying ancestral spirits and tribal pride. But many moai were toppled, broken, or lost during periods of internal conflict, European contact, and environmental collapse. What stories did these statues tell? Why were they destroyed? And what does their loss reveal about the fragility of a civilization's legacy? The moai were more than sculptures. They were sacred embodiments of Rapa Nui's ancestors. Carved from volcanic tuff, they gazed inland, their stern faces symbolizing protection and power. Each statue, often adorned with coral eyes or red stone hats called pakeo, was a feat of engineering, transported across the island using ingenious techniques. They stood on ceremonial platforms called ahu, linking the living to the divine. The moai represented not just art, but the spiritual and social fabric of a people who thrived in one of the world's most isolated places. The destruction began in the 18th and 19th centuries. Internal conflicts, possibly triggered by resource scarcity after deforestation, led to warring clans toppling each other's moai, shattering their stone bodies. European contact in the 1720s brought disease, slavery, and cultural disruption, further damaging the statues. By the 19th century, Peruvian slave raids decimated the population, and surviving moai were neglected or repurposed by missionaries. Natural disasters like tsunamis swept some into the sea. When archaeologists arrived, only a fraction of the estimated 1,000 moai remained intact. What was lost? Hundreds of moai, each unique, were broken or submerged, their stories of lineage and ritual erased. These statues could have revealed more about Rapa Nui's social structure, religious practices, or engineering prowess. The surviving moai, like those restored at Ahu Tongariki, are iconic, but the destroyed ones leave gaps in our understanding of a culture that achieved the extraordinary in isolation. Why did this happen? Environmental collapse likely sparked the initial conflicts, as deforestation strained resources, leading to tribal warfare. European intervention, disease, slavery, and missionary zeal accelerated the destruction, viewing the moai as pagan idols. Natural disasters and neglect did the rest, burying or scattering the statues. The losses reflect a tragic convergence of internal strife and external exploitation, a reminder of how fragile even monumental art can be. As you imagine standing on Rapa Nui's windswept coast, gazing at a fallen moai half buried in the earth, you can almost feel the weight of its silent watch. The surviving statues, standing tall once more, are testaments to resilience, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the story of a people who carved their soul into stone. Their loss urges us to protect the remnants of isolated cultures, preserving their voices against oblivion. Section 30. The banned songs of apartheid South Africa. In South Africa, during the apartheid era, 1948 to 1994, music was a weapon of resistance, giving voice to the oppressed and challenging a brutal regime. Songs by artists like Miriam Makeba, Hugh Masekela, and Vyosul Mini blended jazz, folk, and traditional African rhythms, carrying messages of hope, defiance, and unity. But many of these songs were banned, their recordings destroyed or confiscated, deemed subversive by a government that feared their power to inspire rebellion. What messages did these songs carry? Why were they silenced? And what does their loss mean for the history of resistance? Anti-apartheid music was a lifeline for South Africa's black and marginalized communities. Makeba's Soweto Blues mourned the 1976 uprising, while Minnie's Ndodemnyama We Verwoord warned the apartheid architect of justice to come. These songs, often sung in Xhosa, Zulu, or English, were performed in secret gatherings, churches, or townships, rallying people against segregation. They weren't just music. They were calls to action, weaving stories of suffering and dreams of freedom into every note. The apartheid regime's censorship was ruthless. The South African Broadcasting Corporation banned songs that criticized the government, with police raiding studios and homes to seize recordings. Artists like Makeba were exiled, their records smashed or banned from airplay. Minnie, a composer and activist, was executed in 1964, his songs suppressed. Informal recordings, cassettes, or live performances were often lost, either destroyed by authorities or degraded by poor storage in underground networks. What was lost? Countless songs, especially those by lesser-known artists, vanished without record. These works could have captured the raw emotion of the struggle, from township protests to prison cells. They might have revealed more about the role of music in uniting diverse communities against apartheid. The surviving songs, like Masekila's Bring Him Back Home, are anthems of resilience, but the lost ones leave gaps in the soundtrack of a revolution. Why did this happen? The apartheid government saw music as a threat to its control. Songs could mobilize crowds, spread dissent, and preserve cultural identity, undermining the regime's narrative of racial superiority. Censorship was a tool to silence not just artists but entire communities. Exile, imprisonment, and execution further stifled voices, while the fragility of analog recordings meant many songs were lost to time. The losses reflect the power of music to challenge oppression and the lengths to which tyrants will go to silence it. As you imagine a township gathering, voices rising in forbidden song under a starry sky, you can almost hear the rhythm of lost anthems, their melodies carried on the wind. The surviving music, preserved by exiled artists or rediscovered tapes, is a testament to courage, but the band's songs haunt us, their absence a reminder of how art can threaten power. Their loss urges us to amplify the voices of resistance that remain. Section 31. The Lost Manuscripts of Timbuktu's Golden Age. Beyond the 2012 destruction of Timbuktu's manuscripts, covered in Section 14, the city's earlier Golden Age in the Middle Ages saw another wave of loss, as manuscripts from the Mali and Songhai empires were destroyed or dispersed during invasions and decline. From the 13th to 16th centuries, Timbuktu was a global center of learning, its libraries brimming with texts on astronomy, law, poetry, and philosophy. Many of these were lost long before the modern era, victims of conquest and neglect. What wisdom did these manuscripts hold? Why were they lost? And what does their absence mean for Africa's intellectual legacy? Timbuktu's manuscripts were treasures of knowledge. Written in Arabic and Ajami scripts, they covered Islamic theology, mathematics, and even love poetry, reflecting a vibrant scholarly culture. The Tariq al-Sudan, a history of the Songhai Empire, was one of many chronicles, while astronomical texts mapped the stars with precision. These manuscripts, often illuminated with geometric designs, were copied by hand and preserved by families, their pages a testament to Africa's role in global intellectual history. The losses began with the Moroccan invasion of 1591, which sacked Timbuktu and looted its libraries. Scholars were killed or exiled, and manuscripts were burned, stolen, or scattered. As the Songhai Empire declined, neglect and environmental factors, sand, heat, and humidity, destroyed countless texts. European explorers in the 19th century further dispersed manuscripts, taking them as curiosities. By the time modern preservation efforts began, only a fraction of the estimated hundreds of thousands of manuscripts remained. What was lost? Entire libraries of knowledge, including scientific treatises, historical chronicles, and poetic works, could have reshaped our understanding of medieval Africa. These texts might have detailed trade routes, religious debates, or astronomical discoveries, proving Timbuktu's centrality to global scholarship. The surviving manuscripts, like those in the Mama Haidara Library, are invaluable, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a continent's intellectual prowess. Why did this happen? The Moroccan invasion was driven by greed for Timbuktu's wealth, with manuscripts seen as trophies or threats. Decline and isolation left the city vulnerable, its libraries unprotected. Colonial exploitation in later centuries treated African knowledge as inferior, scattering texts without care. The losses reflect a broader pattern of cultural disruption, where conquest and neglect erase the achievements of great civilizations. As you imagine a Timbuktu scholar writing by lamplight, surrounded by stacks of manuscripts, you can almost smell the ink and parchment, now dust. The surviving texts, carefully preserved, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Africa's intellectual heart. Their loss urges us to protect the knowledge that remains, honoring a legacy that once lit up the Sahara. Section 32. The Vanished Mosaics of Roman Britain. In the far reaches of the Roman Empire, the province of Britannia, 43 to 410 CE, was adorned with stunning mosaics, decorating the villas and public buildings of elites. These intricate floors, made of colored tesserae, depicted mythological scenes, geometric patterns, and symbols of Roman power. But many were destroyed or buried as the empire declined, and later excavations often failed to preserve them. What stories did these mosaics tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about Roman Britain's cultural richness? Roman Britain's mosaics were a fusion of imperial and local artistry. The Orpheus mosaic at Littlecote Park showed the mythical musician charming animals, while others, like those at Fishbourne Palace, featured gods like Neptune or intricate labyrinths. These mosaics, laid in wealthy villas, were status symbols, blending Roman mythology with Celtic influences. They reflected a prosperous, cosmopolitan province, where local elites embraced Roman culture while adding their own flair. The destruction began with the Roman withdrawal in the 5th century, as villas were abandoned and mosaics buried under collapsing roofs or plowed fields. Anglo-Saxon invasions and medieval farming further damaged sites, with stones repurposed or destroyed. When 19th century archaeologists rediscovered these mosaics, crude methods, digging without documentation or exposing them to weather, caused further loss. Some were lifted and stored improperly, crumbling in barns or museums. What was lost? Entire mosaic floors, some covering vast rooms, could have illuminated Roman Britain's social and cultural life. These works might have revealed more about trade, religion, or artistic exchange between Romans and Britons. The surviving mosaics, like those at Bignor Villa, are breathtaking, but they represent only a fraction of what once existed, leaving gaps in our understanding of a distant province's artistry. Why did this happen? The fall of Rome left Britannia vulnerable, its villas abandoned and mosaics forgotten. Medieval ignorance of their value led to their destruction, while early archaeology prioritized discovery over preservation. Weather and looting did the rest, scattering tesserae across fields. The losses reflect the fragility of art in times of upheaval, when cultural treasures are buried or broken. As you imagine a Roman villa in Britannia, its mosaic floor gleaming under lamplight, you can almost see Orpheus playing his lyre, now faded into earth. The surviving mosaics, preserved in museums or sites, are windows into a lost world, but the vanished ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how empire's edges can crumble. Their loss urges us to protect the fragments that remain, piecing together the story of a forgotten frontier. These stories of statues toppled, songs banned, manuscripts burned, and mosaics buried are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to cherish the art and stories that survive, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 33. The Burned Scrolls of the Dead Sea. In the arid caves near the Dead Sea in modern-day Israel, Ancient Jewish communities hid a treasure trove of scrolls between the 2nd century BCE and the 1st century CE. Known as the Dead Sea Scrolls, these manuscripts contained religious texts, biblical commentaries, and community records of the Essenes, a Jewish sect. While many scrolls were discovered in the 1940s, others were likely destroyed or lost during ancient conflicts, Roman invasions, or centuries of exposure. What wisdom did these scrolls hold? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about a pivotal moment in religious history? The Dead Sea Scrolls were a library of faith and knowledge. Written on parchment and papyrus, they included fragments of every Hebrew Bible book except Esther, alongside hymns, apocalyptic visions, and rules for communal life. The War Scroll described a cosmic battle between good and evil, while the Community Rule outlined the Essenes' ascetic lifestyle. These texts, hidden in clay jars, were not just religious documents but a snapshot of a turbulent era when Judaism faced Hellenistic and Roman pressures. Their calligraphy and content reveal a community grappling with spirituality and survival. The losses began in antiquity. The Roman destruction of Qumran in 68 CE, during the First Jewish-Roman War, likely scattered or burned many scrolls. Caves, though protective, were vulnerable to humidity, insects, and looting over centuries. Bedouin tribes and early explorers in the 19th century may have found and destroyed scrolls, unaware of their value. Even after the 1947 discovery, some fragments were mishandled or lost in transit, their delicate parchment crumbling. The exact number of lost scrolls is unknown, but their absence is a gap in our understanding of early Judaism and Christianity. What was lost? Entire texts, perhaps including unknown biblical variants or Essene teachings, could have illuminated the roots of monotheistic traditions. These scrolls might have revealed more about the Essenes' beliefs, their influence on early Christianity, or their debates with other Jewish sections. The surviving scrolls, like the Great Isaiah Scroll, are invaluable, but the lost ones leave us wondering about untold stories of faith and resistance. Why did this happen? The Roman conquest was a primary cause, as soldiers targeted Qumran as a rebel stronghold. Natural decay in the harsh desert environment claimed others, with parchment deteriorating over millennia. Early looting and careless handling by modern discoverers added to the losses. The destruction reflects the vulnerability of sacred texts in times of war and neglect, when spiritual treasures become collateral damage. As you imagine a Qumran scribe carefully inscribing a scroll by candlelight, hiding it in a cave as Roman legions approach, you can almost feel the weight of their urgency. The surviving Dead Sea Scrolls, preserved in museums, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a silent cry from a community that sought to preserve its faith. Their loss urges us to protect the fragile records of belief that remain. Section 34. The Censored Art of the Weimar Republic. In Germany's Weimar Republic, 1919 to 1933, a vibrant cultural scene flourished amidst political and economic turmoil. Artists like George Grosz, Otto Dix, and Kathy Kollwitz used painting, drawing, and printmaking to critique war, capitalism, and social inequality with biting satire and raw emotion. But when the Nazis rose to power in 1933, they labeled this art degenerate, seizing and destroying thousands of works in a campaign to erase modernist expression. What truths did these artworks reveal? Why were they targeted? And what does their loss mean for the legacy of a fragile democracy? Weimar art was a mirror of a fractured society. Gross's caricatures, like the pillars of society, mocked corrupt elites with jagged lines and grotesque faces. Dix's war paintings, depicting mutilated soldiers, confronted the horrors of World War I. Kollwitz's woodcuts mourned poverty and loss, their stark beauty a call for justice. These works, exhibited in Berlin's avant-garde galleries, were not just art but acts of defiance, challenging a nation grappling with defeat and division. The Nazi campaign against degenerate art was systematic. In 1937, the Entartete Kunst exhibition mocked modernist works, while over 20,000 pieces were confiscated from museums, burned, or sold abroad. Paintings were slashed, sculptures smashed, and prints burned in bonfires. Artists were banned, exiled, or imprisoned, their studios raided. Some works were hidden by brave collectors, but many were lost forever, their destruction a prelude to the Nazis' broader cultural purge. What was lost? Entire collections of paintings, drawings, and prints, some by lesser-known artists, could have deepened our understanding of Weimar's creative explosion. These works captured a society on the brink, its fears and hopes rendered in bold colors and forms. The surviving pieces, like Dix's The War, are powerful, but the destroyed ones leave gaps in the story of a democracy that dared to question itself. Why did this happen? The Nazis saw modernist art as a threat to their ideology of order and racial purity. Its raw honesty and critique of authority clashed with their propaganda. The destruction was also symbolic, erasing a cultural moment that celebrated freedom and diversity. Economic motives played a role, as confiscated art was sold to fund the regime. The losses reflect the power of art to challenge tyranny and the lengths to which tyrants will go to silence it. As you imagine a Weimar gallery, its walls lined with Gross's biting satires or Kollwitz's mournful prints, you can almost hear the buzz of debate, now silenced. The surviving works, scattered in museums, are testaments to courage, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how art can threaten power. Their loss urges us to protect the voices that dare to speak truth in turbulent times. Section 35. The Lost Bronzes of Ife. In the Yoruba city of Ife, in modern-day Nigeria, artisans of the 12th to 15th centuries crafted bronze and terracotta sculptures of unparalleled realism, depicting kings, deities, and everyday people. These works, known as the Ife bronzes, were masterpieces of African art, their lifelike faces and intricate details rivaling Renaissance sculpture. But many were lost, looted during colonial times or destroyed in earlier conflicts, leaving only a fraction of Ife's artistic legacy. What stories did these bronzes tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence mean for Africa's cultural heritage? The Ife bronzes were a pinnacle of Yoruba artistry. Cast using the lost wax technique, they portrayed rulers with serene expressions, their regalia symbolizing divine authority. Terracotta figures depicted priests, warriors, and animals, blending spirituality with daily life. These works, found in royal palaces and shrines, were not just art but sacred objects, embodying the Yoruba's connection to their gods and ancestors. Their realism and craftsmanship challenged Western assumptions about African art, proving a sophisticated tradition centuries old. The losses began with internal conflicts, as Ife's power waned in the 16th century, leaving sculptures vulnerable to destruction or burial. The colonial era, particularly British expeditions in the 19th century, saw mass looting, with bronzes shipped to Europe or sold to collectors. Some were melted down for their metal, others lost in transit. Early 20th century excavations, often careless, damaged sites further, while modern looting continues to strip Ife of its heritage. What was lost? Entire collections of bronzes and terracottas, some known only through colonial records or oral traditions, could have revealed more about Ife's religion, politics, and artistry. These works might have shown the breadth of Yoruba culture, its trade with neighboring kingdoms, or its spiritual practices. The surviving bronzes, like the famous Ife head, are stunning, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a civilization that rivaled global artistic traditions. Why did this happen? Colonial greed drove the looting, as British officials saw African art as trophies or commodities. Earlier conflicts and neglect buried many sculptures, while modern theft feeds a global demand for antiquities. The losses reflect a broader pattern of colonial erasure, where African heritage was devalued or stolen. The lack of early documentation and ongoing looting exacerbate the tragedy. As you imagine an Ife shrine, its bronzes gleaming in the firelight, you can almost see the faces of kings and gods, now vanished. The surviving sculptures, in museums like Lagos's, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Africa's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect and reclaim the heritage of a continent too long plundered. Section 36. The silenced murals of the Mexican Revolution. Beyond Diego Rivera's destroyed works, covered in Section 17, other Mexican muralists of the early 20th century, like José Clemente Orozco and David Alfaro Siqueiros, faced similar fates. Their murals, painted during and after the Mexican Revolution, 1910 to 1920, celebrated indigenous heritage, worker struggles, and revolutionary ideals. But many were defaced, painted over, or destroyed, deemed too radical by political or religious authorities. What messages did these murals carry? Why were they silenced? And what does their loss mean for Mexico's revolutionary legacy? The Mexican muralist movement was a cultural revolution, transforming public spaces into canvases of resistance. Orozco's The Epic of American Civilization at Dartmouth College depicted colonialism's brutality, while Siqueiros's America Tropical in Los Angeles exposed U.S. imperialism. These murals, painted on government buildings, schools, and churches, were bold, using vivid colors and stark imagery to champion the oppressed. They weren't just art but rallying cries for a nation rebuilding after a decade of war. The destruction was widespread. Siqueiros's America Tropical was whitewashed in 1932, its anti-imperialist message too provocative for Los Angeles authorities. In Mexico, Orozco's murals were defaced during conservative backlash in the 1930s and 1940s, as governments sought to moderate revolutionary fervor. Some were destroyed during renovations, their plaster chipped away to make room for new construction. Others, in rural schools, decayed from neglect or were vandalized by those who opposed their socialist themes. What was lost? Entire mural cycles, some documented only in sketches or early photographs, could have deepened our understanding of Mexico's revolutionary spirit. These works captured the hopes and struggles of a nation, from indigenous pride to labor rights. The surviving murals, like Orozco's Prometheus, are powerful, but the lost ones leave gaps in the visual history of a transformative era. Why did this happen? The murals' radical messages threaten political and economic elites, both in Mexico and abroad. Religious authorities, wary of their secular or anti-clerical themes, supported their destruction. Practical factors, like urban development and lack of preservation, played a role, as did vandalism by those who rejected the revolution's ideals. The losses reflect the tension between art's power to inspire and authorities' need to control. As you imagine a Mexican plaza, its walls alive with Orozco's fiery figures or Siqueiros's bold allegories, you can almost feel the pulse of a revolution. The surviving murals, preserved in institutions, are testaments to resilience, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how art can challenge power. Their loss urges us to protect the revolutionary voices that remain, painting history with courage. These stories of scrolls burned, paintings banned, bronzes looted, and murals erased are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to cherish the art and stories that survive, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 37. The Lost Textiles of the Inca Empire. In the highlands of the Andes, the Inca Empire, 13th to 16th centuries, wove textiles of breathtaking beauty and complexity, considered among the finest in the world. These fabrics, crafted from alpaca wool, cotton, and sometimes gold thread, were more than clothing or decoration. They were symbols of status, spirituality, and cultural identity. But the Spanish conquest of the 1530s, coupled with centuries of neglect, destroyed or dispersed most of these textiles, leaving only fragments of the Incas' woven legacy. What stories did these textiles tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about a civilization's artistry? Inca textiles were masterpieces of craft. Using backstrap looms, weavers created intricate patterns, geometric designs, animals, and cosmic symbols that encoded stories of mythology, genealogy, and ritual. The finest, known as kumbai, were reserved for nobility, their vibrant dyes from cochineal and plants glowing with reds, blues, and yellows. These textiles served as currency, diplomatic gifts, and sacred offerings, often buried with the dead or burned in rituals. Their precision and symbolism made them as valuable as gold in Inca society. The Spanish conquest was catastrophic. Conquistadors, led by Francisco Pizarro, looted Inca cities like Cusco, burning textiles for their gold threads or repurposing them as rags. Colonial policies suppressed indigenous practices, and many weavers were forced into labor, disrupting traditional techniques. Over centuries, surviving textiles decayed in humid tombs or were discarded as colonial elites favored European fabrics. By the time archaeologists recognized their value, most were gone, with only fragments preserved in dry Andean graves. What was lost? Entire collections of textiles, from royal tunics to ceremonial tapestries, could have illuminated Inca cosmology, social hierarchy, and trade. These fabrics might have revealed more about gender roles, as weaving was often women's work, or about the Incas' connection to their environment. The surviving textiles, like those in Lima's museums, are stunning, but they represent a fraction of the empire's output, leaving gaps in our understanding of a culture that wove its identity into cloth. Why did this happen? Spanish greed and cultural arrogance drove the destruction, as conquerors saw little value in indigenous art. Colonial suppression of Inca traditions stifled weaving, while environmental factors, humidity, insects, destroyed buried textiles. Modern looting and neglect further eroded the legacy. The losses reflect a broader colonial pattern, the erasure of indigenous cultures to impose a new order. As you imagine an Inca noble draped in a shimmering kumbai tunic, its patterns telling the story of the sun god Inti, you can almost feel the softness of alpaca wool, now dust. The surviving textiles, preserved in arid tombs, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the Andes' cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the woven heritage that remains, honoring a civilization that spun its soul into thread. Section 38. The Banned Paintings of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. During China's Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, art was a battleground, with Mao Zedong's regime demanding works that glorified communism, paintings that deviated from socialist realism. Those exploring individualism, tradition, or dissent were banned, destroyed, or hidden. Artists like Lin Fengmian and Pan Tianqiu, who blended Chinese and Western styles, saw their works burned or defaced, their voices silenced in a purge of bourgeois culture. What truths did these paintings reveal? Why were they targeted? And what does their loss mean for China's artistic legacy? The Cultural Revolution aimed to erase old culture, and painting was no exception. Lin Fengmian's lyrical canvases, fusing Chinese ink techniques with modernist colors, celebrated beauty and emotion. Pan Tianqiu's bold landscapes and bird paintings rooted in traditional calligraphy were seen as relics of a feudal past. These works, displayed in academies or private studios, were not just art but expressions of identity in a rapidly changing China. They challenged the regime's demand for propaganda with their individuality and depth. The destruction was relentless. Red Guards raided homes, studios, and galleries, burning paintings deemed counter-revolutionary. Artists were forced to destroy their own work, publicly denounced or sent to labor camps. Lin Fengmian burned many of his canvases to avoid persecution, while Pan Tianqiu's paintings were defaced or confiscated. Some works were hidden, but many rotted in damp cellars or were lost in the chaos. The scale of destruction erased a generation's artistic voice. What was lost? Entire oeuvre of modernist and traditionalist paintings, some known only through sketches or memories, could have bridged China's classical art with its modern evolution. These works might have revealed the inner lives of artists navigating a turbulent era, their brushstrokes a quiet rebellion. The surviving paintings, like those smuggled out or rediscovered, are treasures, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of China's artistic resilience. Why did this happen? Mao's ideology saw art as a tool for revolution, and anything that deviated was a threat. Traditional or Western-influenced paintings were labeled bourgeois or feudal, clashing with socialist realism. The chaos of the Cultural Revolution, driven by zealous youth, amplified the destruction with little regard for cultural value. The losses reflect the power of art to challenge authority and the lengths to which regimes will go to control it. As you imagine a Beijing studio, its walls lined with Lin Fengmian's vibrant canvases, now ash, you can almost smell the paint and hear the crackle of flames. The surviving works, preserved in exile or museums, are testaments to courage, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how art can threaten power. Their loss urges us to protect the brushstrokes that remain, honoring artists who painted against the tide. Section 39. The Lost Carvings of the Khmer Empire's Lesser Temples. While Angkor Wat, covered in Section 16, is the crown jewel of Cambodia's Khmer Empire, hundreds of smaller temples across the region were equally rich with stone carvings, depicting gods, dancers, and battles. These lesser-known sites, like Koh Ker and Bang Mealia, housed intricate bas-reliefs and statues that rivaled Angkor's grandeur. But many were destroyed by war, looting, or jungle overgrowth, leaving only fragments of the Khmer's artistic legacy. What stories did these carvings tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence mean for our understanding of the Khmer? Khmer carvings were a fusion of art and spirituality. At Koh Ker, statues of dancing apsaras and multi-headed deities adorned pyramid temples, their sandstone surfaces glowing with detail. Bang Melia's reliefs depicted scenes from Hindu epics like the Ramayana, with warriors and gods locked in cosmic struggle. These works, carved between the 9th and 13th centuries, were not just decorative but sacred, embodying the Khmer's devotion to Hinduism and Buddhism. They reflected a civilization that saw art as a bridge to the divine. The destruction began with the Khmer Empire's decline in the 15th century, as invasions from neighboring kingdoms weakened the region. Temples were abandoned, their carvings reclaimed by jungle vines or eroded by rain. The 20th century brought further devastation. The Khmer Rouge targeted temples as symbols of the old order, smashing statues and defacing reliefs. Looting, driven by global demand for Khmer art, stripped sites like Koh Ker, with sculptures sold to collectors or lost on the black market. Modern tourism and neglect continue to threaten what remains. What was lost? Entire temple complexes, like those at Koh Ker, lost carvings that could have revealed more about Khmer mythology, royal patronage, or daily life. These works might have shown the diversity of Khmer art beyond Angkor Wat, illuminating smaller kingdoms or regional styles. The surviving carvings, like those at Banteay Srey, are exquisite, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a civilization that carved its faith into stone. Why did this happen? Political collapse and environmental pressures left temples vulnerable, their carvings exposed to nature's decay. The Khmer Rouge's ideological purges targeted religious art, while looting fed a global antiquities trade. Early archaeology and modern development, often poorly managed, added to the losses. The destruction reflects the vulnerability of sacred art in times of upheaval, when cultural treasures become casualties. As you imagine a Khmer temple, its walls alive with dancing apsaras and battling gods, you can almost hear the chisel's song, now silenced. The surviving carvings, preserved in Cambodia's jungles, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the Khmer's spiritual heart. Their loss urges us to protect the stone stories that remain, honoring a civilization that carved its soul into eternity. Section 40. The silenced voices of Indigenous Australian rock art. Across Australia, Indigenous peoples have created rock art for tens of thousands of years, painting and engraving stories of the Dreamtime, creation myths that connect land, people, and spirits. These artworks, found in caves, cliffs, and outcrops from Arnhem Land to the Kimberley, depict animals, ancestors, and rituals with vivid ochres and intricate lines. But many have been destroyed, defaced, or lost to colonial settlement, mining, and vandalism. What stories did these artworks tell? Why were they silenced? And what does their loss mean for Indigenous heritage? Indigenous Australian rock art is among the world's oldest, dating back over 40,000 years. Paintings in Kakadu National Park show kangaroos and Dreamtime beings, while engravings in the Pilbara depict human figures and sacred sites. These works were not just art but living narratives, guiding ceremonies, mapping territories, and preserving cultural knowledge. Created with natural pigments or carved into stone, they were integral to Indigenous identity, connecting generations to the land. The destruction began with European colonization in the 18th century. Settlers, unaware of the art's significance, defaced sites with graffiti or used caves for shelter, damaging paintings. In the 19th and 20th centuries, mining and agriculture destroyed countless sites, with rock faces blasted for resources. Vandalism, both intentional and careless, continues today, as tourists or locals deface art with spray paint or carvings. Natural erosion, accelerated by climate change, further threatens fragile paintings. What was lost? Thousands of rock art sites, some undocumented, could have revealed more about Indigenous cosmology, migration, and interaction with the land. These works might have preserved stories, songs, or rituals now forgotten, especially as colonial policies disrupted oral traditions. The surviving art, like that in Uluru, is profound, but the lost sites leave gaps in the world's oldest continuous culture. Why did this happen? Colonial ignorance and greed drove much of the destruction, as settlers prioritized land and resources over Indigenous heritage. Vandalism reflects a lack of respect for cultural significance, while environmental changes exacerbate natural decay. The losses highlight a broader colonial legacy, the erasure of Indigenous voices to claim a new land. Modern efforts to protect sites are often underfunded, leaving art vulnerable. As you imagine a desert cave, its walls glowing with ancient ochre figures, you can almost hear the stories of the Dreamtime, now faded. The surviving rock art, protected in national parks, is a testament to Indigenous resilience. But the lost sites haunt us, their absence a wound in Australia's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the sacred stories that remain, honoring a culture that painted its soul onto stone. These stories of textiles burned, paintings banned, carvings looted, and rock art defaced are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to cherish the art and stories that survive, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 41. The Lost Manuscripts of the Maya Highlands. Beyond the codices of the Yucatan, covered in Section 4, the Maya of the Guatemalan Highlands, particularly the Kizh and Kakchakal peoples, created their own sacred texts during the pre-Columbian and early colonial periods. These manuscripts, written in hieroglyphic or early Latin scripts, recorded myths, histories, and genealogies, such as the Popol Vuh, a Kizh creation epic. But many were destroyed during the Spanish conquest and subsequent missionary campaigns, or lost to time and neglect. What stories did these manuscripts tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about the Maya Highlands' cultural legacy? The Maya Highlands manuscripts were vibrant records of a rich culture. The Popol Vuh, transcribed in the 16th century, recounts the creation of the world, the exploits of the hero twins, and kitsch cosmology, blending oral tradition with written art. Other texts, like the Annals of the Caxcachels, chronicled royal lineages and conquests. Written on bark paper or deerskin, often with vivid illustrations, these manuscripts were sacred, used in rituals and preserved by priests. They reflected a civilization that wove spirituality, history, and identity into every page. The Spanish conquest of the 1520s, led by figures like Pedro de Alvarado, brought devastation. Missionaries, intent on converting the Maya, burned manuscripts they deemed idolatrous, mirroring Diego de Landa's actions in the Yucatan. Entire libraries were destroyed in highland towns like Quetzaltenango, while others were hidden but succumbed to humidity or decay. Colonial policies suppressed Maya writing, forcing oral traditions underground. Later, 19th-century conflicts and neglect further eroded surviving texts. What was lost? Countless manuscripts, some referenced in colonial records, could have illuminated Maya highland religion, governance, or astronomy. These works might have detailed the lives of non-Q'esh groups, like the Tizi Tujil, or preserved myths now forgotten. The surviving texts, like the Popol Vuh, are treasures, but they represent a fraction of the region's literary output, leaving gaps in our understanding of a culture that thrived in the mountains. Why did this happen? Spanish zeal to eradicate indigenous beliefs drove the burnings, as missionaries saw Maya texts as obstacles to Christianity. Environmental factors, Guatemala's humid climate, destroyed hidden manuscripts, while colonial suppression silenced scribes. Later wars and looting scattered what remained. The losses reflect a broader colonial pattern, the erasure of indigenous voices to impose a new order. As you imagine a kitsch priest inscribing a manuscript under torchlight, hiding it from Spanish eyes, you can almost smell the bark paper, now ash. The surviving texts, preserved by chance, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the Maya's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the stories that remain, honoring a people who wrote their soul into sacred pages. Section 42. The banned films of Iran's New Wave. In the 1960s and 1970s, Iran's New Wave cinema emerged as a bold artistic movement, with filmmakers like Dariush Murjui and Abbas Kiarostami crafting films that explored human struggles, societal flaws, and poetic beauty. Works like The Cow, 1969, and The Traveler, 1974, blended realism with allegory, challenging cultural and political norms. But after the 1979 Islamic Revolution, many films were banned, destroyed, or hidden, deemed un-Islamic or subversive by the new regime. What stories did these films tell? Why were they silenced? And what does their loss mean for Iran's cinematic legacy? Iran's New Wave was a cultural awakening. The Cow, a stark tale of a villager's obsession with his dead animal, critiqued rural poverty and human fragility. Kiarostami's early shorts captured the innocence and struggles of children, reflecting broader societal tensions. These films, often shot on low budgets, used minimalist storytelling and rich imagery to explore universal themes. Screened in small theaters or festivals, they were not just art, but a mirror of Iran's pre-revolutionary soul, grappling with modernity and tradition. The 1979 revolution brought strict censorship. The new Islamic Republic banned films that clashed with its moral or political codes, targeting New Wave's ambiguity and social critique. Prints were confiscated, negatives burned, or studios shut down. Filmmakers faced exile, imprisonment, or forced silence. Some films were smuggled out or hidden, but many were lost, their reels destroyed or degraded in secret storage. The censorship continued into the 1980s, erasing a vibrant chapter of Iranian cinema. What was lost? Entire films, especially shorts and lesser-known works, could have revealed more about Iran's cultural and intellectual ferment before the revolution. These films might have shown the diversity of voices, rural, urban, male, female, that define the new wave. The surviving works, like Kiarostami's later films, are global treasures, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a movement that redefined cinematic storytelling. Why did this happen? The Islamic Republic saw cinema as a tool for ideology, and New Wave's introspective, critical nature was a threat. Films that explored human flaws or questioned authority were deemed un-Islamic or Western-influenced. The chaos of the revolution allowed for haphazard destruction, with little regard for artistic value. The losses reflect the power of film to challenge regimes and the lengths to which regimes will go to control narratives. As you imagine a Tehran theater, its screen flickering with a banned new wave film, you can almost hear the hum of the projector, now silent. The surviving films, preserved in exile or archives, are testaments to resilience, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a reminder of how art can threaten power. Their loss urges us to protect the cinematic voices that remain, honoring a movement that captured Iran's soul on celluloid. Section 43. The Lost Sculptures of the Olmec Civilization. In the lush lowlands of Mexico, the Olmec civilization, c. 1400 to 400 BCE, often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica, created monumental sculptures that defined early American art. Their colossal stone heads, altars, and figurines, carved from basalt and jade, depicted rulers, deities, and mythical beings with striking realism. But many of these sculptures were destroyed, buried, or lost during the Olmec's decline and later colonial disruptions. What stories did these sculptures tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about the Olmec's enigmatic legacy? Olmec sculptures were bold and symbolic. The colossal heads, some over 3 meters tall, portrayed rulers with distinct features, possibly commemorating their power or divine status. Altars and stelae depicted jaguar gods and shamanic transformations, reflecting a cosmology tied to nature and the supernatural. Jade figurines, small but exquisite, were used in rituals, their green sheen evoking fertility. These works, found at sites like La Venta and San Lorenzo, were not just art but sacred objects, anchoring the Olmec spiritual and political world. The losses began with the Olmec's mysterious decline around 400 BCE, possibly due to environmental changes or internal strife. Many sculptures were deliberately buried or defaced, perhaps as part of ritual abandonment. Spanish colonization in the 16th century brought further destruction, as conquistadors and missionaries smashed idolatrous sculptures. Later, 19th century farming and modern development damaged sites, with stones repurposed or destroyed. Looting for private collections scattered countless artifacts, many lost forever. What was lost? Entire groups of sculptures, from colossal heads to intricate jade figures, could have revealed more about Olmec religion, governance, or trade. These works might have shown connections to later cultures like the Maya or Aztec, or clarified the Olmec's social structure. The surviving sculptures, like the La Venta heads, are iconic, but the lost ones leave gaps in our understanding of a civilization that laid the foundation for Mesoamerican art. Why did this happen? The Olmec's decline buried many sculptures, possibly as a ritual act. Spanish zeal to erase indigenous beliefs destroyed others, while colonial and modern land use disrupted sites. Looting, driven by global demand for antiquities, scattered artifacts, often without record. The losses reflect a pattern of cultural disruption, where ancient art falls to conquest and neglect. As you imagine an Olmec ceremonial center, its colossal heads gazing over a jungle plaza, you can almost feel the weight of their stone presence, now vanished. The surviving sculptures, preserved in museums, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Mesoamerica's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the stone stories that remain, honoring a civilization that carved its soul into basalt. Section 44. The Suppressed Music of the Soviet Purges. During the Soviet purges of the 1930s, under Joseph Stalin's brutal regime, music became a target of ideological control. Composers beyond Dmitri Shostakovich, covered in Section 5, like Gavril Popov and Nikolai Roslovets, created avant-garde or experimental works that challenged the state's demand for socialist realism. Many of their scores were banned, destroyed, or hidden, their notes silenced in a campaign to crush dissent. What melodies did these works hold? Why were they suppressed? And what does their loss mean for the history of Soviet music? The Soviet avant-garde was a bold experiment. Popov's First Symphony, with its dissonant energy, captured the chaos of revolution, while Roslovets' atonal compositions pushed musical boundaries, blending Russian and Western influences. These works, performed in small venues or conservatories, were not just music but expressions of individuality in a conformist state. They explored themes of struggle, hope, and abstraction, offering a counterpoint to the regime's glorification of collective triumph. The purges were merciless. Stalin's regime, fearing any deviation from socialist realism, banned experimental music as formalist or bourgeois. Scores were confiscated, performances halted, and composers arrested or exiled. Popov's symphony was banned after one performance, its score hidden for decades. Roslovets' works were burned, and he was forced to recant. Many scores, especially by lesser-known composers, were lost in raids or destroyed by fearful families, their music erased from history. What was lost? Entire symphonies, chamber works, and experimental pieces, some known only through reviews or fragments, could have illuminated the Soviet avant-garde's innovation. These works might have shown how composers navigated censorship, blending dissent with creativity. The surviving music, like Popov's later, tamer works, is powerful, but the lost scores leave gaps in the story of a musical rebellion crushed by tyranny. Why did this happen? The Soviet regime saw music as a tool for propaganda, and avant-garde complexity threatened its control. Dissonance and abstraction were labeled elitist, clashing with the accessible, heroic style demanded by Stalin. Composers faced imprisonment or death, their works destroyed to silence dissent. The losses reflect the power of music to challenge authority and the lengths to which regimes will go to suppress it. As you imagine a Moscow concert hall, its stage silent as a band symphony's score burns, you can almost hear the lost notes, their dissonance a cry of defiance. The surviving music, rediscovered after the Soviet era, is a testament to resilience, but the lost scores haunt us, their absence a reminder of how art can threaten power. Their loss urges us to protect the melodies that remain, honoring composers who dared to sing against the tide. These stories of manuscripts burned, films banned, sculptures lost, and music silenced are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to cherish the art and stories that survive, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 45. The Vanished Mosaics of Byzantine Churches. In the Byzantine Empire, from the 4th to 15th centuries, churches and palaces were adorned with shimmering mosaics that blended spiritual reverence with artistic brilliance. These works, crafted from glass, gold, and stone tesserae, depicted Christ, saints, and emperors in radiant splendor, illuminating the divine in places like Constantinople's Hagia Sophia. But many were destroyed during invasions, iconoclastic purges, or later neglect, leaving only fragments of Byzantium's golden legacy. What stories did these mosaics tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about a civilization's sacred art? Byzantine mosaics were a pinnacle of religious expression. The Hagia Sophia's Desis mosaic, with its poignant Christ and Virgin Mary, captured divine mercy in glittering gold. Others, like those in Ravenna's San Vitale, portrayed emperors like Justinian, blending temporal and spiritual power. These mosaics, set in churches and monasteries across the empire, were not just art but theology in visual form, guiding worshippers toward the divine. Their intricate designs and luminous materials reflected Byzantium's wealth and devotion. The losses began with the iconoclastic controversy, 726 to 843 CE, when Byzantine emperors banned religious images, deeming them idolatrous. Mosaics were smashed or plastered over, replaced with plain crosses. The Fourth Crusade's sack of Constantinople in 1204 destroyed countless works, as crusaders looted churches for gold tesserae. The Ottoman conquest of 1453 converted churches into mosques, covering or removing Christian mosaics. Later, neglect, earthquakes, and looting scattered fragments, many lost forever. What was lost? Entire mosaic cycles, from small chapels to grand basilicas, could have revealed more about Byzantine theology, politics, and artistry. These works might have shown regional styles, lesser-known saints, or imperial ceremonies now obscure. The surviving mosaics, like those in Kora Church, are breathtaking, but the lost ones leave gaps in our understanding of a civilization that saw art as a window to heaven. Why did this happen? Iconoclasm was driven by religious debates, with emperors fearing images distracted from true worship. Crusader greed and Ottoman conquest prioritized conquest over preservation, while natural disasters and time eroded fragile tesserae. The losses reflect a recurring theme: the vulnerability of sacred art to ideological and military upheaval, where beauty becomes a casualty of power. As you imagine standing in the Hagia Sophia, its dome glowing with golden mosaics, you can almost see Christ's serene gaze, now faded. The surviving works, uncovered beneath plaster, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us. Their absence a wound in Byzantium's spiritual heart. Their loss urges us to protect the shimmering fragments that remain, honoring a culture that crafted divinity in glass. Section 46. The Banned Books of the Soviet Gulag. In the Soviet Union's Gulag system, 1920s, 1950s, prisoners created clandestine literature, poems, stories, and memoirs under unimaginable hardship. Written on scraps of paper or committed to memory, these works captured the human spirit's resilience amid oppression. But many were confiscated, destroyed, or lost during camp searches, prisoner transfers, or post-Soviet neglect. What voices did these writings carry? Why were they silenced? And what does their loss mean for the memory of the Gulag survivors? Gulag literature was a testament to defiance. Poets like Varlam Shalamov wrote stark verses about hunger and despair, while memoirists like Lev Koplev documented the moral cost of Stalin's purges. These works, often scribbled in secret or recited orally, were shared among prisoners, offering solace and resistance. They were not just art but acts of survival, preserving individuality in a system designed to crush it. Hidden in mattresses or memorized to avoid detection, they were fragile yet powerful. The Soviet authorities were relentless. Camp guards routinely searched barracks, burning any writings they found. Manuscripts were confiscated during prisoner transfers, lost in the chaos of the Gulag's bureaucracy. After Stalin's death, some works were destroyed by families fearing reprisals, while others decayed in damp archives. The scale of loss is staggering, as countless voices, especially those of lesser-known prisoners, were silenced, their stories never reaching the world. What was lost? Entire collections of poems, stories, and diaries, some known only through survivors' accounts, could have illuminated the Gulag's horrors and humanity. These works might have revealed more about the diversity of prisoners, political dissidents, intellectuals, ordinary citizens, or their strategies for survival. The surviving texts, like Shalamov's Kolyma Tales, are profound, but the lost ones leave gaps in the narrative of a system that imprisoned millions. Why did this happen? The Soviet regime feared the power of words to expose its brutality. Gulag writings, with their raw honesty, threatened the state's narrative of progress. Searches and confiscations were tools of control, while post-Stalin censorship continued to suppress dissident voices. Neglect and environmental damage did the rest, erasing fragile manuscripts. The losses reflect the vulnerability of art created under oppression, where even whispers of truth are dangerous. As you imagine a Gulag barracks, a prisoner scratching words on a scrap of paper by candlelight, you can almost feel the weight of their courage, now ash. The surviving works, smuggled out or rediscovered, are testaments to resilience, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the memory of those who suffered. Their loss urges us to protect the voices that remain, honoring the prisoners who wrote against oblivion. Section 47. The Lost Pottery of the Mimbres Culture. In the deserts of the American Southwest, the Mimbres culture, circa 1000 to 1150 CE, a branch of the Mogollon people, created pottery of extraordinary artistry. Their black-on-white ceramics, adorned with intricate designs of animals, humans, and mythical scenes, were among the most sophisticated in pre-Columbian North America. But many were destroyed, looted, or lost during the culture's decline and later archaeological mishandling. What stories did these pots tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about the Mimbres world? Mimbres pottery was both functional and sacred. Bowls and jars featured vivid images: fish, rabbits, shamans, or geometric patterns, painted with a precision that suggested ritual significance. Some depicted creation myths or daily life, like hunting scenes, offering glimpses into Mimbres cosmology and society. Often placed in burials, these ceramics were smashed as part of funerary rituals, their fragments scattered in graves. Their artistry, blending realism and abstraction, marked the Mimbres as master potters of the ancient Southwest. The losses began with the Mimbres decline, possibly due to drought or conflict, which led to the abandonment of villages. Buried pots, intentionally broken, were further damaged by environmental erosion. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, amateur archaeologists and looters plundered sites, selling pottery to collectors or discarding damaged pieces. Early excavations, lacking modern methods, destroyed contexts, while modern development and illegal digging continue to threaten surviving ceramics. What was lost? Thousands of pots, some known only through fragments, could have revealed more about Mimbres religion, trade, or social life. These works might have shown connections to other southwestern cultures or clarified the role of pottery in rituals. The surviving ceramics, like those in the Maxwell Museum, are stunning, but the lost ones leave gaps in our understanding of a culture that painted its soul onto clay. Why did this happen? The Mimbres ritual smashing buried many pots, making them vulnerable to time. Colonial and modern looting prioritized profit over preservation, while careless archaeology destroyed contexts. The losses reflect a broader pattern of disregard for indigenous art, seen as artifacts rather than cultural treasures. Ongoing threats from development and theft exacerbate the tragedy. As you imagine a Mimbres village, its potters painting fish and spirits under a desert sky, you can almost see the clay's delicate patterns, now shattered. The surviving pottery, preserved in museums, is a testament to creativity, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the Southwest's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the fragile ceramics that remain, honoring a people who crafted stories in clay. Section 48. The suppressed dances of colonial Africa. Across Africa, during the colonial era, late 19th to mid-20th centuries, indigenous dances were a vital expression of culture, spirituality, and resistance. From the Ngoma dances of East Africa to the jellied masquerades of the Yoruba, these performances wove music, movement, and storytelling into communal rituals. But colonial authorities and missionaries often banned them, deeming them pagan or subversive, and many were lost or altered beyond recognition. What stories did these dances tell? Why were they suppressed? And what does their loss mean for Africa's cultural heritage? African dances were more than performances. They were living traditions. Ngoma dances, accompanied by drums, celebrated harvests or honored ancestors, their steps encoding community values. Jellied masquerades with elaborate masks balanced spiritual forces and critiqued social issues. These dances, performed in villages or sacred groves, were central to identity, passing down history and beliefs. Their rhythms and movements, often undocumented, relied on oral transmission, making them vulnerable to disruption. Colonial regimes, from British East Africa to French West Africa, saw indigenous dances as threats to control. Missionaries condemned them as idolatrous, banning performances and destroying masks or instruments. Colonial laws restricted gatherings, fearing dances could spark rebellion. Many traditions were forced underground, their practitioners silenced or converted. Over time, urbanization and Christianization eroded oral knowledge, and some dances were lost entirely or diluted into tourist spectacles. What was lost? Entire dance traditions, some known only through colonial reports or elder memories, could have revealed more about African spirituality, social critique, or resistance. These performances might have preserved myths, histories, or gender roles now forgotten. The surviving dances, like those revived by cultural groups, are vibrant, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a continent's resilience against colonial oppression. Why did this happen? Colonial powers feared dances as rallying points for resistance, while missionaries saw them as obstacles to conversion. Suppression was both ideological and practical, aiming to erase African identity. The lack of written records and the disruption of oral traditions made dances vulnerable to loss. The destruction reflects a broader colonial effort to replace indigenous cultures with Western norms, silencing Africa's rhythmic heartbeat. As you imagine a Yoruba village, its dancers moving in a jellied masquerade under moonlight, you can almost hear the drum's pulse, now faded. The surviving dances, preserved by dedicated communities, are testaments to resilience, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Africa's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the rhythms that remain, honoring a heritage that danced its soul into eternity. These stories of mosaics shattered, manuscripts burned, pottery smashed, and dances silenced are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to cherish the art and stories that survive, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 49. The Lost Murals of Pompey's Villas. When Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 CE, it buried the Roman cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum under ash and pumice, preserving a treasure trove of art. The villas of Pompeii were adorned with vibrant frescoes, scenes of mythology, landscapes, and daily life that showcased Roman artistry. But many murals were destroyed during the eruption, subsequent looting, or early excavations, leaving only fragments of a once dazzling visual culture. What stories did these murals tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about the life of Pompey? Pompey's murals were a celebration of Roman sophistication. The Villa of the Mysteries featured enigmatic scenes of Dionysian rituals, with figures dancing in vivid reds and greens. Other villas depicted gods like Venus, lush gardens, or trompe-l'oeil architecture, blending realism with fantasy. These frescoes, painted on plaster walls, were not just decoration but expressions of wealth, religion, and imagination, offering a glimpse into the lives of Pompey's elite and their cultural aspirations. The eruption of Vesuvius was the first blow, collapsing roofs and scorching murals with intense heat. When the sites were rediscovered in the 18th century, early excavations were often careless, exposing fragile frescoes to air and moisture, causing them to fade or crumble. Looters, from antiquity to the modern era, stripped walls of their art, while some murals were cut out and poorly stored, deteriorating in damp conditions. Allied bombing in World War II further damaged exposed sites, adding to the losses. What was lost? Entire rooms of frescoes, some barely documented, could have revealed more about Roman religion, social customs, or artistic techniques. These murals might have shown lesser-known myths or daily scenes, enriching our view of Pompeii's vibrant society. The surviving frescoes, like those in the House of the Vetii, are stunning, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a city frozen in time. Why did this happen? The eruption was a natural disaster, but human actions compounded the losses. Early archaeologists, lacking modern methods, prioritized spectacle over preservation, while looters sought profit. Environmental exposure and wartime damage further eroded the art. The losses reflect the vulnerability of ancient art to both nature and human carelessness, where beauty is often sacrificed to haste or greed. As you imagine strolling through a Pompeian villa, its walls alive with gods and gardens, you can almost see the colors glowing under torchlight, now faded. The surviving frescoes, preserved in museums or on-site, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Pompeii's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the fragile paintings that remain, honoring a city that painted its soul onto plaster. Section 50. The Banned Poetry of the Harlem Renaissance. During the Harlem Renaissance, 1918 to 1935, African-American poets like Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, and Countee Cullen crafted verses that celebrated Black identity, critiqued racism, and explored the human condition. Their poetry, published in magazines or recited in jazz clubs, was a beacon of cultural pride. But some works were banned, suppressed, or lost due to racial censorship, economic hardship, or neglect, silencing voices of a transformative movement. What messages did these poems carry? Why were they silenced? And what does their loss mean for the legacy of the Harlem Renaissance? Harlem Renaissance poetry was a revolution in words. Hughes's The Negro Speaks of Rivers wove Black history into a cosmic narrative, while McKay's If We Must Die was a defiant call against oppression. These poems, often blending jazz rhythms with stark imagery, were shared in Harlem's vibrant salons and publications like The Crisis. They were not just art but acts of resistance, asserting Black humanity in a segregated America. Lesser-known poets, whose works appeared in small presses, added to this chorus of pride and protest. Censorship was pervasive. Southern states banned poems that challenged Jim Crow laws, fearing they could incite rebellion. Publishers, wary of backlash, rejected or edited works deemed too radical. Economic struggles forced many poets to abandon manuscripts, while others were lost in fires, moves, or unpublished archives. White-owned presses often ignored Black poets, and some works, never printed, vanished with their authors' deaths. What was lost? Entire collections of poetry, especially by lesser-known writers, could have revealed more about the diversity of the Harlem Renaissance, its women, queer voices, or rural perspectives. These poems might have captured the era's joy, pain, or radicalism in ways we'll never know. The surviving works, like Hughes's The Weary Blues, are iconic, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a movement that reshaped American literature. Why did this happen? Racial prejudice drove censorship, as authorities and publishers feared the power of Black voices. Economic marginalization limited access to printing, while the fragility of manuscripts, often kept in personal collections, made them vulnerable to loss. The losses reflect a broader struggle, the silencing of marginalized voices in a society that resisted their rise. The neglect of unpublished works underscores the fragility of art without institutional support. As you imagine a Harlem jazz club, poets reciting verses to the pulse of a saxophone, you can almost hear the cadence of lost poems, their rhythms fading. The surviving poetry, preserved in anthologies, is a testament to resilience, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the Renaissance's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the voices that remain, honoring poets who sang of freedom against all odds. Section 51. The Looted Treasures of the Benin Kingdom. In 1897, British colonial forces sacked the Kingdom of Benin in modern-day Nigeria, looting thousands of bronze plaques, ivory carvings, and royal artifacts. These treasures, created between the 13th and 19th centuries, adorned the Oba's palace, depicting warriors, kings, and rituals with exquisite detail. Many were lost, destroyed, or scattered in private collections, erasing a vital part of Benin's cultural legacy. What stories did these artifacts tell? Why were they taken? And what does their loss mean for Africa's artistic heritage? Benin's artifacts were masterpieces of craftsmanship. Bronze plaques, cast using the lost wax technique, portrayed court life, battles, and spiritual symbols, their intricate reliefs glowing with narrative power. Ivory tusks, carved with scenes of royal lineage, and coral regalia symbolized divine authority. These works, housed in the Oba's palace, were not just art but historical records, preserving the Benin Kingdom's pride and sophistication as a major West African power. The British punitive expedition of 1897 was a cultural catastrophe. Troops looted over 2,000 artifacts, burning the palace and scattering its treasures. Many were sold to European museums or private collectors, while others were lost in transit or destroyed in the chaos. Some bronzes were melted for their metal, and undocumented artifacts vanished into black markets. Modern looting and neglect continue to threaten surviving pieces, complicating repatriation efforts. What was lost? Countless bronzes, ivories, and other artifacts, some known only through colonial inventories, could have revealed more about Benin's history, religion, or trade networks. These works might have shown the kingdom's connections to global commerce or its artistic evolution. The surviving artifacts, like those in the British Museum, are stunning, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a civilization that rivaled Europe's artistic traditions. Why did this happen? British colonialism prioritized conquest and profit, viewing Benin's art as trophies of empire. The looting was justified as civilizing a savage culture, reflecting racist ideologies. Logistical chaos and greed scattered artifacts, while modern failures to repatriate fully exacerbate the loss. The destruction reflects a broader colonial pattern, the theft of African heritage to assert dominance. As you imagine the Oba's palace, its walls gleaming with bronze plaques, you can almost see the warriors and kings, now vanished. The surviving artifacts, preserved in museums or repatriated, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Benin's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect and reclaim Africa's stolen treasures, honoring a kingdom that crafted its soul in bronze. Section 52. The Erased Calligraphy of the Mughal Empire. In the Mughal Empire, 1526 to 1857, spanning modern-day India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, calligraphy was a revered art form, blending Persian, Arabic, and Indian traditions. Manuscripts, imperial decrees, and architectural inscriptions featured flowing scripts adorned with gold and vibrant miniatures. But many were destroyed during wars, colonial rule, or neglect, erasing a pinnacle of Mughal artistry. What stories did this calligraphy tell? Why was it lost? And what does its absence reveal about the Mughals' cultural legacy? Mughal calligraphy was a fusion of beauty and power. Scribes crafted manuscripts like the Akbarnama, chronicling Emperor Akbar's reign with elegant Nastaliq script and vivid illustrations. Imperial decrees bore the emperor's tugra, a calligraphic seal symbolizing authority. Mosques and tombs, like the Taj Mahal, featured Quranic verses carved in marble, their lines flowing like poetry. These works were not just art but expressions of faith, governance, and cultural synthesis, uniting diverse traditions under Mughal rule. The losses began with invasions like the 1739 sack of Delhi by Persian ruler Nader Shah, which destroyed libraries and scattered manuscripts. British colonial rule in the 19th century furthered the devastation. As Mughal palaces were looted or repurposed, their calligraphy defaced or sold. The 1857 Indian Rebellion saw widespread destruction, with manuscripts burned or lost in the chaos. Neglect and humidity damaged surviving works, while modern looting continues to strip India's heritage. What was lost? Entire libraries of manuscripts, some referenced in Mughal chronicles, could have illuminated the empire's intellectual life, from poetry to science. Calligraphic inscriptions on lesser-known buildings might have revealed regional styles or religious diversity. The surviving works, like those in the Rampur Library, are exquisite, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a culture that wrote its grandeur in ink and stone. Why did this happen? Invasions and colonial greed prioritized conquest over preservation, with manuscripts looted or burned. British disdain for Mughal culture led to neglect, while environmental factors eroded fragile paper and plaster. The losses reflect a broader pattern of cultural disruption, where imperial art was sacrificed to war and indifference. Ongoing challenges in preserving manuscripts highlight the fragility of calligraphic heritage. As you imagine a Mughal scribe dipping a reed pen to craft a verse under lamplight, you can almost see the ink's flow, now faded. The surviving calligraphy, preserved in museums or mosques, is a testament to Mughal artistry, but the lost works haunt us, their absence a wound in South Asia's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the scripts that remain, honoring a dynasty that wrote its soul in golden lines. These stories of murals scorched, poems banned, artifacts looted, and calligraphy erased are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to cherish the art and stories that survive, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 53. The destroyed sculptures of the Parthenon. The Parthenon, Athens' iconic temple to Athena, was adorned with exquisite sculptures in the 5th century BCE, including the metopes, pediments, and frieze, crafted under Phidias' direction. These marble masterpieces depicted gods, heroes, and mythological battles, embodying the zenith of classical Greek art. But centuries of war, looting, and neglect destroyed or scattered many, leaving only fragments of this cultural pinnacle. What stories did these sculptures tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about Greece's artistic legacy? The Parthenon sculptures were a triumph of Greek artistry. The metopes portrayed battles like the Centauromachy, symbolizing order over chaos. The pediments showed Athena's birth and her contest with Poseidon, while the frieze depicted the Panathenaic procession, blending myth with civic pride. Carved with unparalleled precision, these works adorned the temple, reflecting Athens' power and devotion. Their dynamic forms and intricate details set a standard for Western sculpture, influencing art for millennia. The destruction began early. In the 5th century CE, the Parthenon became a church, and some sculptures were defaced as pagan. The 1456 Ottoman conquest turned it into a mosque, further damaging carvings. A catastrophic 1687 explosion, when Venetian forces bombarded the Parthenon, then a gunpowder store, shattered many sculptures. In the early 19th century, Lord Elgin removed surviving marbles, now controversially housed in the British Museum, while others were lost in transit or destroyed by neglect. Earthquakes and looting compounded the losses. What was lost? Entire sections of the frieze, metopes, and pediments, some known only through ancient descriptions or sketches, could have revealed more about Athenian religion, politics, and aesthetics. These works might have shown subtleties of Phidias' genius or the cultural context of the Golden Age. The surviving marbles, split between Athens and London, are breathtaking. but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a civilization that defined classical beauty. Why did this happen? Religious shifts from Christian to Ottoman rule targeted pagan imagery. The 1687 explosion was a tragic accident, while Elgin's removals, though intended to preserve, stripped the Parthenon of context. Looting and natural decay did the rest, scattering fragments across time. The losses reflect the vulnerability of monumental art to war, ideology, and human ambition, where even sacred temples fall to ruin. As you imagine the Parthenon under a blazing Athenian sun, its marbles gleaming with gods and heroes, you can almost see Athena's gaze now shattered. The surviving sculptures, preserved in museums, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Greece's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the marble fragments that remain, honoring a civilization that carved its soul into stone. Section 54. The Banned Literature of Colonial India. During British colonial rule in India, 1858 to 1947, writers like Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay and Subramania Bharati penned novels, poems, and essays that fueled nationalist sentiment and cultural pride. These works, often in Bengali, Tamil, or Hindi, called for independence and celebrated Indian heritage, but many were banned, burned, or suppressed by British authorities fearing rebellion. What voices did this literature carry? Why was it silenced? And what does its loss mean for India's fight for freedom? Indian nationalist literature was a rallying cry. Chattopadhyay's Anandamath, 1882, with its hymn Vande Mataram, became a symbol of resistance, blending fiction with patriotic fervor. Bharati's Tamil poems celebrated India's landscapes and urged unity against colonial rule. These works, published in vernacular presses or recited at gatherings, were not just art but acts of defiance, inspiring a nation to reclaim its identity. Lesser-known writers, in regional languages, added diverse voices to the struggle, often at great personal risk. British censorship was ruthless. The colonial government banned books under laws like the Vernacular Press Act of 1878, seizing printing presses and burning subversive texts. Authors faced imprisonment, exile, or fines, and many manuscripts were destroyed before publication. Some works, hidden by families, decayed in tropical climates or were lost during the chaos of partition in 1947. The scale of suppression silenced countless voices, especially those of marginalized communities. What was lost? Entire novels, poems, and essays, some known only through oral accounts, could have revealed more about India's diverse resistance movements. These works might have captured regional perspectives, women's voices, or the interplay of religion and nationalism. The surviving texts, like Anandamath, are iconic, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a nation's literary fight for freedom. Why did this happen? The British feared literature's power to ignite rebellion, especially after the 1857 Indian Rebellion. Censorship aimed to control narratives, suppressing anything that challenged colonial authority. Economic and logistical challenges, limited printing and humid conditions, destroyed manuscripts, while partition's upheaval scattered archives. The losses reflect a broader colonial strategy, silencing indigenous voices to maintain control. As you imagine a Calcutta printing press, churning out banned poems under cover of night, you can almost hear the rustle of pages, now ash. The surviving literature, preserved in libraries, is a testament to courage, but the lost works haunt us, their absence a wound in India's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the words that remain, honoring writers who penned freedom against oppression. Section 55. The Lost Tapestries of Medieval Japan. In medieval Japan, 12th to 16th centuries, during the Kamakura and Muromachi periods, artisans wove tapestries and textiles that adorned castles, temples, and noble homes. These works, often made of silk and gold thread, depicted samurai battles, Buddhist deities, or seasonal landscapes, blending art with spirituality. But wars, fires, and neglect destroyed many, leaving only fragments of Japan's woven heritage. What stories did these tapestries tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about medieval Japan? Japanese tapestries were exquisite. Temple hangings featured Amida Buddha or lotus motifs, their silks shimmering in candlelight. Samurai clans commissioned textiles showing epic battles, like the Genpei War, or cherry blossoms symbolizing impermanence. These works, crafted with techniques like tsujurori, tapestry weaving, were not just decorative but sacred, used in rituals or as status symbols. Their intricate designs reflected Japan's aesthetic of balance and transience, tying art to Zen and Shinto beliefs. The losses began with Japan's Warring States period, 1467 to 1603, when castles and temples were burned in conflicts like the Sengoku Jidai. Fires, a constant threat in wooden cities, consumed countless textiles. European contact in the 16th century introduced new trade but also looting, with some tapestries taken as curiosities. Later, Meiji-era modernization, 1868 to 1912, devalued traditional crafts, and many textiles were discarded or decayed in storage. Modern wars like World War II further destroyed surviving pieces. What was lost? Entire collections of tapestries, some referenced in temple records, could have illuminated Japan's medieval aesthetics, religious practices, or samurai culture. These works might have shown regional styles or the role of women weavers, often overlooked. The surviving textiles, like those in Kyoto's museums, are stunning, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a culture that wove its soul into silk. Why did this happen? War and fire were relentless, with conflicts destroying cultural centers. Neglect during modernization prioritized Western goods over traditional crafts. Environmental factors, humidity and insects, eroded fragile silk, while looting scattered pieces abroad. The losses reflect the vulnerability of art in times of upheaval, where beauty is often sacrificed to chaos or progress. As you imagine a samurai castle, its walls draped with tapestries of warring heroes, you can almost feel the silk's shimmer, now dust. The surviving textiles, preserved in shrines, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Japan's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the woven stories that remain, honoring a civilization that crafted transience into art. Section 56. The Silent Songs of the American Civil Rights Movement. During the American Civil Rights Movement, 1950s-1960s, music was a powerful tool for unity and resistance. Songs like We Shall Overcome and originals by artists like Nina Simone and the Freedom Singers carried messages of hope, defiance, and justice. But many songs, especially those by lesser-known activists, were suppressed, lost, or never recorded, silenced by segregationist authorities or the movement's own fragility. What messages did these songs carry? Why were they lost? And what does their absence mean for the legacy of civil rights? Civil rights songs were anthems of struggle. Freedom songs, sung at marches or in churches, blended gospel, folk, and spirituals, with lyrics adapted to rally against segregation. Simone's Mississippi Goddam was a fierce critique of racial violence, while lesser-known singers in rural South crafted songs of local resistance. These works, often performed a cappella or with simple instruments, were not just music but communal acts, forging solidarity in the face of oppression. Many existed only in oral tradition, making them vulnerable to loss. Segregationist authorities targeted music as a threat. Southern police disrupted gatherings, confiscating song sheets or arresting singers. Some songs were banned from radio for their incendiary lyrics. The movement's focus on action over documentation meant many songs were never recorded, lost when singers were jailed or killed. Post-movement neglect, as archives were underfunded, allowed tapes and papers to degrade or disappear, silencing grassroots voices. What was lost? Countless songs, especially from local activists, could have revealed more about the movement's diversity. its women, rural communities, or youth. These works might have captured the raw emotion of sit-ins, marches, or jail cells. The surviving songs, like "Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around," are iconic, but the lost ones leave gaps in the soundtrack of a revolution that reshaped America. Why did this happen? Segregationist fear of music's mobilizing power drove suppression, with authorities targeting performances as subversive. The oral nature of many songs, combined with the movement's chaotic pace, left little room for preservation. Economic marginalization of Black communities limited access to recording, while later neglect erased fragile records. The losses reflect the vulnerability of art born in struggle, where voices are silenced by force or oversight. As you imagine a Mississippi church, voices rising in a freedom song under flickering lights, you can almost hear the harmony, now faded. The surviving music, preserved in recordings or oral history, is a testament to courage, but the lost songs haunt us, their absence a wound in the civil rights cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the melodies that remain, honoring singers who lifted their voices against injustice. These stories of sculptures shattered, books burned, tapestries lost, and songs silenced are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to cherish the art and stories that survive, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 57. The Lost Bronzes of Ancient China's Zhou Dynasty. During China's Zhou Dynasty, 1046 to 256 BCE, artisans crafted bronze vessels that were both functional and sacred, used in rituals to honor ancestors and gods. These intricately designed objects, adorned with animal motifs, inscriptions, and geometric patterns, were among the finest achievements of early Chinese art. Many were buried in tombs or destroyed during wars and later upheavals, leaving only a fraction of this ancient legacy. What stories did these bronzes tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about the Zhou's cultural world? Zhou bronzes were masterpieces of craftsmanship. Vessels like Ding tripods and Gui bowls featured taotai, dragon-like faces, symbolizing spiritual power. Inscriptions recorded royal decrees or genealogies, blending art with history. Buried with nobility or used in ancestral rites, these bronzes were not just objects but links to the divine, reflecting the Zhou's complex cosmology and feudal hierarchy. Their casting techniques, requiring precise molds, showcased technological prowess that influenced later Chinese art. The losses began with the Zhou's decline, as the Warring States period, 475 to 221 BCE, brought chaos, with tombs looted and temples burned. Later dynasties like the Qin melted bronzes for weapons or currency. The 19th and 20th centuries saw further destruction, as colonial powers and local warlords plundered archaeological sites. Early excavations, often haphazard, damaged or lost bronzes, while modern development and looting scattered others into private collections, many untraceable. What was lost? Thousands of bronzes, some known only through historical texts, could have revealed more about Zhou rituals, governance, or trade. These vessels might have preserved inscriptions detailing forgotten kings or myths, enriching our view of early Chinese society. The surviving bronzes, like those in the Shanghai Museum, are stunning, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a dynasty that shaped China's cultural foundations. Why did this happen? War and economic need drove early destruction, as bronzes were repurposed or stolen. Colonial and modern looting prioritized profit over heritage, while careless archaeology destroyed context. The losses reflect a recurring theme: the vulnerability of ancient art to conflict and greed, where sacred objects become casualties of power. Ongoing black market trade continues to threaten surviving bronzes. As you imagine a Zhou ritual, bronzes gleaming under torchlight as offerings are made. You can almost hear the clink of metal, now melted or buried. The surviving vessels, preserved in museums, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in China's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the bronze relics that remain, honoring a dynasty that cast its soul into metal. Section 58. The suppressed prince of Edo, Japan's ukiyo-e. In Japan's Edo period, 1603 to 1868, ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the fleeting beauty of urban life, kabuki actors, and landscapes. Artists like Hokusai and Hiroshige produced vibrant works that celebrated the floating world. But some prints, especially those with political or erotic themes, were banned and destroyed by the shogunate or lost to time. What stories did these prints tell? Why were they suppressed? And what does their loss mean for the legacy of ukiyo-e? Ukiyo-e prints were a cultural phenomenon. Hokusai's The Great Wave immortalized nature's power, while Hiroshige's 53 stations of the Takedo depicted travel and scenery with delicate precision. Other prints, less known, satirized the shogunate or depicted shunga, erotic scenes, reflecting Edo's vibrant, sometimes rebellious spirit. These affordable artworks, printed in thousands, were not just art but snapshots of a society balancing tradition and modernity, sold in markets or displayed in homes. The Tokugawa shogunate enforced strict censorship. Prints mocking officials or depicting forbidden topics, like political unrest or explicit content, were confiscated and burned. The 1842 Tenpo reforms banned luxurious art, targeting ukiyo-e for its perceived decadence. Fires in Edo, like the 1657 Great Fire, destroyed printing blocks and archives. Later, Meiji-era modernization devalued ukiyo-e as old-fashioned, and many prints were discarded or decayed, their fragile paper succumbing to time. What was lost? Entire series of prints, especially satirical or erotic works, could have revealed more about Edo's social undercurrents, its humor, dissent, or private lives. These prints might have shown lesser-known artists or regional styles, broadening our view of ukiyo-e's diversity. The surviving works, like Hokusai's 36 views of Mount Fuji, are iconic, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a dynamic art form that captured Japan's soul. Why did this happen? The shogunate feared art's power to critique authority or stir unrest, targeting anything subversive. Fires and natural decay destroyed fragile paper, while Meiji-era shifts marginalized ukiyo-e. The losses reflect a tension between art's freedom and societal control, where beauty is sacrificed to order or progress. Modern neglect and underfunded archives continue to threaten surviving prints. As you imagine an Edo market, vibrant ukiyo-e prints fluttering in the breeze, you can almost see Hokusai's waves crashing, now faded. The surviving prints, preserved in collections, are testaments to creativity, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Japan's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the paper stories that remain, honoring artists who captured the floating world. Section 59. The Lost Frescoes of Renaissance Florence. During the Italian Renaissance, Florence was a crucible of art, with frescoes by masters like Masaccio, Fra Angelico, and Ghirlandaio adorning churches, monasteries, and public halls. These wall paintings, depicting biblical scenes, allegories, and civic pride, were central to the city's cultural rebirth. But many were destroyed during wars, renovations, or ideological shifts, leaving only fragments of Florence's artistic golden age. What stories did these frescoes tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about the Renaissance? Renaissance frescoes were vibrant narratives. Masaccio's Trinity in Santa Maria Novella revolutionized perspective, blending spirituality with realism. Fra Angelico's San Marco frescoes glowed with divine serenity, while Ghirlandaio's works in Santa Trinita celebrated Florentine elites. These paintings, executed on wet plaster, were not just art but expressions of faith, power, and innovation, transforming Florence into a beacon of the Renaissance. Lesser-known artists added to this legacy, their works in smaller chapels equally vital. The losses began with political upheaval. The 1494 expulsion of the Medici and Savonarola's puritanical reforms led to the destruction of worldly frescoes. The 1527 sack of Rome and later wars damaged Florentine churches, while 16th-century renovations plastered over frescoes to make way for new styles. The 1966 Florence flood devastated surviving works, with mud and water eroding fragile plaster. Early restorations using harsh methods sometimes caused more harm than good, stripping away original details. What was lost? Entire fresco cycles, some documented only in sketches, could have revealed more about Florence's artistic evolution, religious debates, or civic identity. These works might have showcased emerging artists or experimental techniques now forgotten. The surviving frescoes, like those in the Uffizi, are masterpieces, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a city that redefined Western art. Why did this happen? Political and religious shifts like Savonarola's zeal targeted art deemed too secular. Wars and renovations prioritized progress over preservation, while natural disasters like the 1966 flood struck indiscriminately. The losses reflect the vulnerability of frescoes, tied to walls and exposed to time's ravages. Modern neglect and poor restoration furthered the tragedy, erasing delicate plaster. As you imagine a Florentine chapel, its walls glowing with Fra Angelico's angels, you can almost feel the plaster's cool touch, now crumbled. The surviving frescoes, painstakingly restored, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the Renaissance's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the painted walls that remain, honoring a city that painted its soul into eternity. Section 60. The silenced oral histories of Pacific Island cultures. Across the vast Pacific, from Polynesia to Melanesia, indigenous cultures preserved their histories through oral traditions, chants, songs, and stories passed down for generations. These narratives, like the Hawaiian Kumalipo or the Maori Wakapapa, wove creation myths, genealogies, and navigational knowledge into rich tapestries of identity. But colonial disruptions, missionary campaigns, and modernization silenced many, leaving countless stories unrecorded. What tales did these oral histories tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence mean for Pacific Island heritage? Pacific oral histories were living archives. The Kumalipo, a Hawaiian chant, traced the universe's creation to royal lineages, blending cosmology with identity. Maori Wakapapa recounted ancestral journeys, tying people to land and sea. These traditions, performed at ceremonies or taught to youth, were not just stories but cultural anchors, preserving knowledge of navigation, ecology, and spirituality. Their oral nature, reliant on memory, made them vulnerable to disruption, as they were rarely written down. Colonialism, starting in the 18th century, was devastating. European missionaries, from Hawaii to New Zealand, condemned oral traditions as pagan, banning chants and enforcing literacy in European scripts. Colonial schools disrupted intergenerational teaching, while diseases decimated elders, the keepers of stories. Modernization in the 20th century, urbanization and Western media, further eroded oral practices as younger generations adopted new languages. Many stories, unrecorded, vanished with their last tellers. What was lost? Entire cycles of chants, myths, and genealogies, some known only through fragmented accounts, could have revealed more about Pacific navigation, cosmology, or social structures. These stories might have preserved women's roles, ecological knowledge, or resistance to colonization. The surviving traditions, like those recorded by ethnographers, are vital, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of cultures that sailed the world's largest ocean. Why did this happen? Missionary zeal sought to erase indigenous beliefs, replacing oral traditions with Christian texts. Colonial policies disrupted communities, while epidemics killed storytellers. Modernization prioritized Western culture, marginalizing oral practices. The losses reflect a broader colonial legacy, the silencing of indigenous voices to impose a new order. The fragility of oral traditions, without written records, amplified the tragedy. As you imagine a Pacific island, elders chanting under a starry sky, you can almost hear the rhythm of lost stories, carried on the wind. The surviving oral histories, preserved by dedicated communities, are testaments to resilience, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the Pacific's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the stories that remain, honoring cultures that wove their soul into song. These stories of bronzes melted, prints burned, frescoes eroded, and chants silenced are threads in a tapestry of loss, each a piece of humanity's soul torn from history. Yet, their echoes endure, urging us to cherish the art and stories that survive, to listen to the past's faint whispers, and to create anew in defiance of oblivion. As you drift to sleep, let these vanished works speak to you, their silence a call to remember and preserve. Section 61. The erased rock art of the Sahara. In the vast Sahara Desert, ancient peoples carved and painted rock art as early as 10,000 BCE, depicting animals, hunters, and rituals in vibrant scenes. Sites like Tassili Enajur in Algeria and Tadrart Akakis in Libya held thousands of images, capturing a time when the Sahara was green and teeming with life. But many were destroyed by natural erosion, vandalism, or modern conflicts, erasing a record of humanity's early creativity. What stories did this rock art tell? Why was it lost? And what does its absence reveal about our ancient past? Saharan rock art was a chronicle of a lost world. Paintings showed giraffes, elephants, and pastoral scenes, reflecting a fertile Sahara before desertification. Engravings depicted hunters with bows or dancers in ritual poses, hinting at spiritual and social life. These works, etched on cave walls or open rock faces, were not just art but a dialogue with the environment, preserving the lives of nomadic peoples. Their vivid colors and dynamic forms, created with ochre and charcoal, are among the oldest expressions of human imagination. The losses began with natural forces. Millennia of sandstorms and heat eroded paintings, while climate change dried the Sahara, burying sites. Modern vandalism, graffiti, theft, or careless tourism defaced many images. Conflicts, like Libya's civil war since 2011, damaged sites through looting or military activity. Early archaeologists, lacking preservation techniques, sometimes worsened the destruction by removing art without proper care. The scale of loss is vast, with countless sites undocumented or gone. What was lost? Entire galleries of rock art, some known only through early sketches, could have revealed more about ancient Saharan cultures, their migrations, beliefs, or interactions. These images might have shown how humans adapted to a changing environment or expressed their spirituality. The surviving art, like Tassili's UNESCO-protected sites, is breathtaking, but the lost works leave gaps in our understanding of humanity's earliest visual stories. Why did this happen? Nature's relentless erosion was the primary force, with wind and sand wearing away fragile pigments. Human actions, vandalism, war, and poor archaeology accelerated the losses, reflecting a disregard for ancient heritage. Modern conflicts prioritize survival over preservation, while tourism adds pressure. The losses underscore the vulnerability of open-air art, exposed to both time and human neglect. As you imagine a Saharan cave, its walls alive with ancient hunters and animals, you can almost feel the ochre's texture, now dust. The surviving rock art, preserved in remote deserts, is a testament to early human creativity, but the lost works haunt us, their absence a wound in humanity's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the ancient images that remain, honoring peoples who painted their lives onto stone. Section 62. the banned sculptures of Soviet socialist realism. In the Soviet Union, socialist realism dominated art from the 1930s to the 1980s, demanding works that glorified communism and the working class. Sculptors created monumental statues of Lenin, Stalin, and idealized workers, but those that deviated from strict ideology or fell out of favor after political shifts were destroyed, dismantled, or melted down. What messages did these sculptures carry? Why were they banned? And what does their loss mean for the history of Soviet art? Soviet sculptures were propaganda in stone and bronze. Towering statues of Lenin, like those in Moscow squares, symbolized revolutionary triumph, while worker figures celebrated collective labor. Some sculptors, like Vera Makina, pushed boundaries, blending realism with expressive forms, as in Worker and Kolkhoz Woman. Others, less conformist, faced censorship for subtle critiques or stylistic deviations. These works, erected in public spaces, were not just art but tools of state narrative shaping Soviet identity. The destruction was tied to politics. During Stalin's purges, sculptures of disgraced figures were toppled or melted for reuse. After Stalin's death in 1953, de-Stalinization led to the removal of countless Stalin statues, their bronze repurposed or scrapped. Experimental works, deemed too modernist, were destroyed under accusations of formalism. The 1991 Soviet collapse saw further dismantling, as symbols of communism were rejected. Many sculptures, undocumented, were lost in storage or destroyed by neglect. What was lost? Entire series of sculptures, from public monuments to smaller studies, could have revealed more about Soviet ideology, artistic resistance, or regional styles. These works might have shown how sculptors navigated censorship, embedding subtle dissent. The surviving statues, like Makina's masterpieces, are iconic, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of an art form shaped by state control and rebellion. Why did this happen? The Soviet regime demanded absolute loyalty, and art that strayed, whether through style or subject, was a threat. Political shifts like de-Stalinization erased symbols of old regimes, while the 1991 collapse rejected communist icons. Neglect and material scarcity led to melting or abandonment. The losses reflect the volatility of art under authoritarianism, where creativity is bound to ideology's whims. As you imagine a Soviet plaza, a bronze Lenin towering over crowds, you can almost hear the chisel's echo, now silent. The surviving sculptures, preserved in museums or parks, are testaments to a turbulent era, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in the Soviet cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the statues that remain, honoring artists who sculpted under pressure. Section 63. The Lost Manuscripts of Medieval Ethiopia. In medieval Ethiopia, from the 4th to 15th centuries, Christian scribes created illuminated manuscripts that blended faith, art, and history. Written in Ge'ez, these texts, Bibles, hagiographies, and chronicles, featured vibrant miniatures of saints, kings, and biblical scenes. Many were destroyed during invasions, fires, or colonial looting, erasing a cornerstone of Ethiopia's cultural heritage. What stories did these manuscripts tell? Why were they lost? And what does their absence reveal about Ethiopia's spiritual legacy? Ethiopian manuscripts were sacred treasures. The Garima Gospels, among the oldest Christian books, glowed with vivid illuminations, their pages blending African and Byzantine styles. Chronicles like the Kebra Nagast linked Ethiopia to biblical Israel, weaving royal and religious identity. Crafted on parchment in monasteries, these works were not just texts but acts of devotion, their art and script preserving Ethiopia's unique Christian tradition amid a turbulent region. The losses began with invasions. The 16th century wars with the Adal Sultanate, led by Ahmad ibn Ibrahim, saw monasteries burned and manuscripts destroyed. Later, 19th century colonial expeditions, like the 1868 British raid on Magdala, looted thousands of manuscripts, many lost in transit or sold to collectors. Fires, common in wooden churches, and Ethiopia's humid highlands damaged others. Modern conflicts like the Tigray War, 2020 to 2022, continue to threaten surviving texts. What was lost? Entire libraries of manuscripts, some referenced in chronicles, could have revealed more about Ethiopia's theology, art, or royal history. These works might have shown connections to Coptic or Islamic traditions or preserved local saints' stories. The surviving manuscripts, like those in the Garima Monastery, are stunning, but the lost ones leave gaps in the story of a civilization that guarded Christianity in Africa. Why did this happen? Religious wars targeted monasteries as symbols of faith, while colonial looting sought treasures for profit. Environmental factors, fire and humidity eroded parchment, and modern conflicts continue the destruction. The losses reflect a pattern of cultural disruption, where sacred art falls to conquest and neglect. Ongoing challenges in preservation highlight the fragility of Ethiopia's heritage. As you imagine an Ethiopian monk painting a saint by candlelight, you can almost smell the parchment, now ash. The surviving manuscripts, preserved in monasteries, are miracles of endurance, but the lost ones haunt us, their absence a wound in Ethiopia's cultural heart. Their loss urges us to protect the illuminated pages that remain, honoring a faith that shone through art. The echoes of absence. The stories of these lost, banned, and burned works, from Saharan rock art to Ethiopian manuscripts, form a haunting chorus, each a note in humanity's song of creation and loss. These artifacts, whether melted, shattered, or silenced, were more than objects. They were the heartbeat of cultures, the dreams of artists, and the voices of peoples striving to be heard. Their destruction, whether by war, ideology, or time, reveals a universal truth. Art is both fragile and powerful, a target for those who fear its ability to inspire, challenge, and endure. What have we lost? Not just paintings, sculptures, or songs, but windows into the human soul, stories of joy, resistance, faith, and imagination. The absence of these works leaves gaps in our understanding of history, like pages torn from a book we can never fully read. Yet, their echoes linger in the fragments that survive, in the artists who create anew, and in the stories we tell to keep their memory alive. Why does this happen? Art is a mirror, reflecting truths that threaten power, faith, or order. It is destroyed by those who fear its influence, empires, regimes, or even nature itself. But it is also lost through neglect, a failure to recognize its value until it's gone. These losses remind us that preservation is an act of defiance, a commitment to honoring the past against the forces that seek to erase it. As we close this journey, imagine a vast gallery, its walls lined with shadows where lost works once stood. The surviving art, mosaics, manuscripts, melodies, shines like stars in a darkened sky, each a testament to human resilience. But the empty spaces, the ghosts of what was, urge us to act, to protect, to restore, to create. Let these vanished works, from the Parthenon's marbles to the Sahara's paintings, whisper to you as you drift to sleep. Their silence is not defeat but a call to remember, to cherish the art that remains, and to ensure that the human spirit, in all its creative glory, endures against oblivion. Thank you for joining us on this journey through art that was banned, lost, or burned forever. Never stop wondering. Never stop searching. If you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe so you won't miss more fascinating chapters. Until next time.